Constitution and the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act guaranteed members freedom of speech and debate in the Assembly. Such freedom was subject to, among others, the rule that required a member of parliament to provide to the House information that was factual and verifiable and substantiated.
After referring to the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021 and the National Assembly Members Handbook 2006 on the above rule in the verbatim record of the parliamentary proceedings for Thursday, 3rd November 2022, Madam Speaker found that Reverend G. Katuta MP did indeed allege that the private residence of the Republic President, commonly referred to as a community house, was being renovated using public resources without laying any evidence on the table of the House to verify and substantiate her allegation. And in that regard, Madam Speaker ruled that Reverend Katuta MP was out of order.
Madam Speaker then guided the House that as debates in the House were widely followed nationally through the radio, television and online, it was imperative that members desist from making unverified and unsubstantiated statements on the floor of the House in order to avoid misleading the House and the public at large.
Thereafter, Madam Speaker permitted the Minister of Finance and National Planning to render a ministerial statement on the engagement of private audit firms to verify Zambia's public domestic debt and briefed the House on the reasons and the procedure followed in engaging the firms.
The House then considered questions for oral answer number 93 under Standing Order 74. And after that, the House then resolved into Committee of Ways and Means to consider raising of supply. And the Minister of Finance and National Planning announced that he was a bearer of 5 messages from His Excellency the President, recommending motions for the consideration of the House, and these were 5. And the first one was that the House do expedite to amend the Income Tax Act. And the second one was that the House do expedite to amend the value-added tax so as to revise the definition of commercial, provide clarity on crediting of import tax, and also revise the penalty of tax evasion. And the other one was the revision and expediting to amend the Property Transfer Act so as to reduce the property transfer rate on the transfer of mining rights for the exploration of license to 5% from 10%.
The House also resolved to expedite to amend the Mines and Minerals Development Act 2015 so as to restructure the taxation and mineral royalty. And so the Mines and Minerals Development Act 2015 Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2022. And so this bill was referred to the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labor Matters for examination until Wednesday, 7th December 2022.
The House then considered in committee the Zambia Institute of Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022.
Thereafter, the House resolved into Committee of Supply to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. And so heads that came up for consideration yesterday are head 25 Local Government Service Commission and head 29 Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development.
And it being 18:40 hours, the chairperson interrupted proceedings and committee work stood adjourned. The House adjourned accordingly at 18:43 hours. And just now we have a look at our business for today, which is 18th November 2022, and what is going to be discussed. We have one question for oral answer, and we have quite a number of heads that will be discussed on the floor of the House. And just now we cross over to the floor of the House for live proceedings of the House. Good morning.
Madam Speaker.
Yeah. and dancing of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those who blend. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Green and we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. May Her Honor the Vice, matter was of urgent public importance. Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to raise the matter of public importance. Urgent, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's directed to... Madam Speaker, I'm asking for your protection.
Proceed, Honorable Member for Petauke. Please, we have a lot of work on our hands. So if we can quickly go through that, I would really appreciate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your guidance. Madam Speaker, the matter is directed to the Minister of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, in Petauke, the farmers, 5,000 farmers plus. Last year, they didn't collect the farming inputs, and they were promised today, they were promised that this year they'll collect together with these farmers who are collecting this season, and it will be concurrent. Madam Speaker, in the system, it's not there. So the farmers in Petauke are stranded. They don't know what to do. So we seek your guidance, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
First of all, Honorable Member for Petauke Central, that matter which you have raised does not qualify to be raised as a matter of urgent public importance. And also, please do acquaint yourself with the operations of the Minister of Agriculture. Do visit him, have a chat with him, Go for tea while you are here, instead of asking questions which do not qualify to be asked as such. We have a lot of work before us, and we want to make sure that we use our time properly. May Her Honor the Vice President indicate business of the House for next week.
Madam Speaker, let me give the House an indication of the business it will consider next week. Madam, on Tuesday, 22nd November 2022, the business of the House will begin with questions. This will be followed by presentation of government bills, if there will be any. Thereafter, the House will resolve into Committee of Supply to consider the following heads. 1. Head 87, Anti-Corruption Commission, and 2. Head 78, Zambia Security Intelligence Services, Office of the President. Madam Speaker, on Wednesday, 23rd November 2022, the business of the House will start with questions. Then the House will consider a private member's motion titled, Register Board Members with the Institute of Directors of Zambia, to be moved by Mr. Mukosa, Member of Parliament for Chinsali Parliamentary Constituency. This will be followed by presentation of government bills, if there will be any. Thereafter, the House will resolve into Committee of Supply to consider the following heads. 1. Head 45, Ministry of Community Development and Social Services. 2. Head 46, Ministry of Health. And 3. Head 51, Ministry of Transport and Logistics. Madam, on Thursday, 24th November 2022, the business of the House will commence with questions. Thereafter, the House will consider presentation of government bills, if there will be any. Then the House will resolve into Committee of Supply to consider the following heads. 1. Head 52, Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation, and 2. Head 53, Ministry of Green Economy and Environment. Madam Speaker, on Friday, 25th November 2022, the business of the House will start with Her Honor the Vice President's question time. Thereafter, the House will deal with questions. The House will then consider presentation of government bills, if there will be any. After that, the House will resolve into Committee of Supply to consider the following heads. 1. Head 54, Ministry of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. 2. Head 62, Ministry of Energy. And 3. Head 66, Ministry of Technology and Science. I thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Her Honor the Vice President's question time. The Honorable Leader of Government Business, Government Opposition, sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I also received that position in Jesus' name.
It was a slip of the tongue. So.
Your Honor, the Vice President, the nation is concerned regarding the positions that government has given over the audit of defense forces and intelligence units. We have received 3 different positions from government. Listening to Minister of Defense, Minister of Finance yesterday, we listened to Minister of Defense. We also listened to Her Honor the Vice President, and 3 different positions have been given by 3 members of the same cabinet. Your Honor the Vice President, what is very clear, the golden thread from these positions point to the fact that the law was not followed when the audit and consultancy firms were contracted. The law was not followed. Your government broke the law. My question is, what motivated your government to proceed with the illegality in the manner that it did when it contracted these audit services? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Let me start by reminding the leader of opposition. Na twikala pokali. I am already there, my son. I am the leader of government business. But that is it. The honorable member says there are different positions, and he concludes that the law was broken. Madam, this statement by the honorable member is one, very vague, because he has not even given the positions that are different from what has been given. Madam, we were here yesterday with a ministerial statement. What more do you want? This House has been informed very, very clearly. In my statement, I never at one time said the law was broken. And in the statement, there was never an admission that the law was broken. If that is the understanding, the Honorable Member of Parliament from Porokoso and leader of opposition, I mean, he may have to find interpretation elsewhere. Because this, what we have given, particularly with what the minister said, I don't think there is contradiction at all in the manner that we have tackled this question. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving people of Kabwe Central constituents to ask a question to Her Honor the Vice President. Madam Speaker, let me start by saying thank you so much for providing security within these premises. The spirit of Judas Iscariot is real. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker,
Order.
Madam Speaker, as the eagle sees, Madam Speaker, as the eagle flies high and yet he sees a snake on the ground, so does the office of this land is able to see, even the government machinery is able to see everything that is happening in this land. My question is,
Order. Honorable Member for Shiwangandu, I don't expect that conduct from you. You are a whip. Yes, but you have no right to stand and start addressing before you are recognized. Let's observe order and respect each other. Please. And Honorable Member for Chieng, you are shouting too much. I can hear you from here. Huh? Can we behave ourselves as honorable members? Can we allow the honorable member for Kabwe Central to ask the question? May the honorable member proceed.
Madam Speaker, I didn't want to waste much of the time. We are not only member of parliament who enter these premises. There are so many people. So what is the worry with our members? May I continue to say that, Madam Speaker, I made a comment that as the eagle flies high and yet is able to see the snake that cripples on the ground, so does the office of this land, the highest office, is able to see on the government machinery. Now, my question is, what message, one of the Vice President, do you have for the people who sit in dark corners planning atrocities for this country, and also even through their words that they say that may border on the security of this nation and even scaring our investors who are ready to work with us to develop this country? Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for Kabwe Central, who premises her question on an eagle that sees very low on the ground, still able to see the snake. But the question is, what advice do I have for those that may be sitting in dark corners plotting against their own country? What advice can I have, Madam? we all have only one Zambia. It doesn't matter who you are. All of us in this country are supposed to work to protect our country. We have only one country. It doesn't matter where you will go. You will be called some name. You will either be a political refuge, economic refuge, or indeed a person that is in exile for criminality. But this is the only place we call home, madam. And all of us are supposed to look after it. All of us are supposed to work for its interest. We are all supposed to work to ensure that we can attract investment into our country that will make the lives of our people better. Therefore, if you are sitting anywhere in any corner of this country, plotting against your own country, you are plotting against yourself and your children and your children's children. You cannot do that. I pray there is nothing like that. Madam Speaker, I'm saying I pray there is nothing like that, because such a thing is detestable by God and by man. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, good morning. On the 14th of October 2022, His Excellency the President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, revoked the appointment of the DPP and appointed Mr. Gilbert Antford Piri, the Director of the Anti-Corruption Commission, as the DPP, Director of Public Prosecutions. Your Honor, the Vice President, today is 18th of November. This appointment was made on the 14th of October and should have already been subjected to parliamentary ratification. What is the delay in ratifying Mr. Gilbert Antford Piri as the Director of Public Prosecutions? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Honorable Member for Nalolo, and thank you for that question of concern. And indeed, your concern is after the appointment. It has taken a bit long for that appointment to come here for ratification. I will follow up and find out where we have the hitch. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member from Kaika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Your Honor, the Vice President, good morning. My question to you, Your Honor, is that yesterday the Minister of Foreign Affairs, or the Minister of Finance, told this House that the private auditors who were contracted to do the service were contracted by the Secretary to the Treasury. And contrary to what you said last week, to say that these private contractors were contracted by the Auditor General, may you clarify, Your Honor, Your Honor, the Vice President, which is which position, who contracted these private auditors? Thank you.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
I think we should read between the lines, even when we are talking. I think that the member may have to bring the verbatim of what I said, the chain, and where. In fact, I was responding to a question where they said, how will this report come here? And I said it will finally come through the Auditor General. That one I said. And I think a lot of clarification, Madam Speaker, were made yesterday through the minister, the substantive minister for the Ministry of Information. What are we looking for? Thank you.
Thank you. Just stop the clock for briefly. Honorable members, our standing orders specifically provide that we should not be repetitive in the manner that we ask questions. This issue of the Auditor General is repetitive, and the Minister of Finance has made a ministerial statement. Members were given an opportunity to ask questions. If members are not happy with the answers that have been provided, they should seek recourse somewhere else, because the minister has given the position. So this idea of asking same questions, I think is not allowed by our standing orders. We can make progress. The Honorable Member for Shangombo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand here as a sad and disappointed member of Parliament for Shangombo, in that there's segregation in the recruitment in the civil service has continued in the system. Madam Speaker, the recent recruitment in the correctional service, Shangombo has scored 0 in Western Province. When we have promised that there is not going to be any segregation, I would like to find out from our Honourable Vice President what measures government is putting in place to ensure that even the people of Shangombo and Mitete are also recruited in the correctional service and other districts which are omitted in Western Province. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. Order. Her Honor the Vice President.
Yeah, Madam, Madam Speaker, they are enjoying looking at my face here, and with my smile, I am smiling because, thank you, good morning, honorable members, segregation, discrimination, tribal, regional. If something has happened to your district, I'm giving a general response. Please don't cry something which comes to your mind. Because we have heard people talk tribal, people talk regional. Just speak. What do you think has happened? The issue is there is no segregation. This is confirmation. Some people are saying region. So which region? I am happy you asked that question. It is answering to the issue that we want to divide ourselves. No. I am using this as an opportunity. He's crying foul. He's using a deliberate word, segregation, so that it doesn't sound like Chienge. But let me describing the same situation. I think you agree with me. But there is no segregation. I am not even aware that there is an announcement. How many of us know here that how many people have been picked for correctional services? Let us not speculate until the process is over. Honorable member for Shangombo, that is more of speculation. Oh. Member for Bwacha, good morning. I hope, madam, I'm saying something here. Don't speculate. Let us wait and see. This government cannot completely leave out an area. Yes, if nobody applied. But let us wait. You will come back after the process is over, and then we see. But let us also engage the people that are involved in the process. But we have said normally what we are using is a decentralized means of recruitment of workers in the public service. That includes the correctional service. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my mom, Her Honor the Vice President, last Friday requested you that she could go and make consultations over the question that was asked by Leader of Opposition, and I'm happy she made those consultations. Today, the Leader of Opposition followed up, and she has said this man did not establish what law was broken. Here is the law. Part 7, Section 73.
Order, Honorable Member for Lunte. I had guided. Order. This issue yesterday was tackled. We spent a lot of time on this matter. Questions were asked. And even this morning, I have guided. So I've said that if the honorable members are not happy with the answers that are being provided, and I know people will never be happy, you have other ways of trying to get the truth from the issues. If you want, you can even go to court. Instead of repeating the same answer question, I think we are not making progress. Honorable Member for Lunte, please, you are ruled out of order because I had earlier guided. Honorable Member for Ron. Order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, greetings from the people of Ron.
Can you do it? Stop the clock. Can you do it quietly? Next time there will be no sitting for people who walk out. Because taxpayers' money will not be paid to people who walk out of work. So for those people that are walking out, there is no sitting allowance for today. You can go and sit outside. Can we make progress? Please, clerks, take note. Everybody that has moved out, no sitting allowance for today. Can we make progress? Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was saying good morning, Your Honor, the Vice President. Madam Speaker, the Zambian Constitution in the preamble states that Zambia shall be called a Christian nation, and as such, even the morals shall resemble those of the Christians. Madam Speaker, I am worried, and I should say we are worried, in that of late, the so-called papas are leading this country into moral decay. Madam Speaker, I have a paper here, a Sunday Times, which said, man blames papas for failed marriage. Madam Speaker, there is a video trending which is talking about a papa entering into someone's bedroom. Your Honor, the Vice President, is the New Dawn government not thinking of strengthening some of the rules for registration of some of these churches so that these papas can be arrested before they start entering our bedrooms whilst we are here? Your Honor, the Vice President, this might sound very simple, but we have witnessed a lot of moral decay coming from the so-called papas who, when even they are preaching, the people are seriously saying, dig deeper, papa. Your Honor, the Vice President, are you not thinking of strengthening the registration rules of some of these churches who are coming in the guise of forming a church, and yet they are coming to increase the moral decay in this country? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this very serious question and indeed important. The behavior of certain papas and mamas. Huh? Yeah. Okay. Somebody is adding, but the member talked of papas, madam, not mamas. So maybe mamas are doing well. Yeah. Is the government not thinking of strengthening rules, registration rules, so that they are able to stop some of this behavior? Indeed, it is possible for government and this House to enact laws that will probably scrutinize more of the people that want to register churches. That is possible. I am not saying the government has decided. Government has not sat to make a decision on that. But, Madam Speaker, this is the issue of morality, are issues of the heart. When people go to register, madam, if I go to register a church or whatever organization, my face will not show the intent. It is the document that I have that will show. And that is what the registrar will follow. Have I written according to the applicable laws or regulations? And you cannot therefore say because you look short or tall, we will not register you. At the end of the day, after registering properly, then somebody goes to do wrong. I think registration may not resolve the matter. What should resolve the matter is to see the culprits and bring them to book when they misbehave like that. Because registration alone, Honorable Member, may not be helpful. Because people look good. They speak well. But what they do is what becomes an issue. Let us be on the lookout as society. Society itself has a problem because you can't go to pray and you go into the bedroom. What kind of prayer is that? There is something wrong with the person who has also agreed to do that because there is no such a prayer. Which Bible verse are they using to do such? That is simply, indeed, the decay of our society, of our time. Very unfortunate. But whoever is found with such, let the law follow them, because there is a law that should deal with such immorality. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lubasenshi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and Vice President Mwashukenyi, kufumina ku Lubansenshi. Good morning, Honorable Vice President from the good people of Lubansenshi constituency. My question is, last year, the UPND government indicated that we are going to start running this economy 24 hours. When are we implementing that 24 hours operation so that we can able to increase the production and at the end of the day we can able to grow the GDP? Thank you so much.
Honor the Vice President.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mulishani Mkwai, meaning how are you, sir? I also appreciate the greetings from the good people of Lubansenshi. Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to respond. The first statement that we promised that we'll run the economy 24/7. Honestly, we are doing that. We are running this economy, Honorable Member, 24/7. We have a lot of difficulties, indeed, with the level of the economic status that we found ourselves in, and we are working 24/7. Certain sectors, you agree that there are certain sectors of the economy that may work at a particular hour. For example, I am told on the roads, for example, the trucks with all the accidents and drivers falling asleep. I think it's just necessary that for the night, certain part of the night, they park and rest to reduce on the carnage on the road. But this does not mean that the economy has gone to sleep, because other sectors of the economy are working at that moment. We are working hard, Honorable. The results will soon start showing. Not easy in an environment where the general economy of the entire globe is under stress. But I will repeat this, that we are blessed as a country, that even under such stress, we are still at the level where we are, even recording some growth So we will continue. That was a promise, and we will continue to work hard 24/7. Thank you. You can assure the people of Lugansk.
The Honorable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, the people of Mitete, Lukulu, Kabompo, Zambezi, Mangango. The only issue there which PF failed on is no other than the Katunda, Lukulu, Watopa, Mumbeji Road. And when the Minister of Finance mentioned concerning PPP, this road is not there. Madam Vice President, give hope to the people mentioned above as to when this road shall be raised to bituminous standard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for Mitete. And I appreciate that the Honorable Member acknowledges that there are many other things happening in those areas, except the issue of the road, which I will say Katuta, Lukulu, and so on up to Mumbeji. We continuously, study and see what can be done there. Indeed, under PPP, it has been found that this road cannot qualify for PPP because there isn't enough traffic. Because when you put under PPP, the people that do such a project also look at to how long it would take for them to recoup. And if they count that it is not viable, then it's difficult to attract investors under PPP. So therefore, this road joins Kaputa Road. When I say Kaputa and Sama Road, meaning it is waiting for the availability of the funds from government. So when funds are available, madam, this will be done. It's not to ignore, it's a matter of raising the needed resources for the country where roads are in a terrible state. That includes the road Katunda, not Katunda, Katunda to Mumbeji. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to ask our Honor the Vice President a question. Madam Vice President, it was reported yesterday in the Zambia, in the Daily Nation newspaper, that a contract has been awarded to a company called Agrofuel to undertake rehabilitation of the Tazama pipeline from Tanzania, a stretch of 1,700 kilometers, all the way up to Ndola. Madam Vice President, considering the competences of many other Zambian-owned companies, what is your motivation as government to award one company the contract of rehabilitating a stretch of 1,700 kilometers with no experience of pipeline rehabilitation, given the urgent need to start utilizing that infrastructure to transport the finished product? Madam Vice President, that is my question. Thank you.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Kamfinsa for that question. I'm sure everybody is looking to what happens to Tazama, the pipeline. And the question the honorable member asks is that there is a contract, in fact, reported by Daily Nation, that there is a contract to rehabilitate the 1,700 kilometers. This is probably from Dar es Salaam through to Ndola. There is no such contract. There is no contract to rehabilitate. The little understand, and the minister is here, that the pipeline needs to be cleaned to unclog the system. So the only thing that is there is for them, I learned this, is to throw in the fuel for cleaning. It's not for maintenance or rehabilitation. So that, like you have said in the end, that the pipeline could become active. It is not rehabilitation. It is to clean it because it is blocked. Thank you. I did.
Thank you. The honorable member for Petauke Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to ask Honor the Vice President. Honor the Vice President, greetings from the good people of Petauke. Madam Speaker, I need your protection, Madam Speaker.
Order. Honorable members, let's allow the honorable member for Petauke to ask his question. Please ask quickly because time is running out so that we can allow as many members as possible. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your guidance. I'm sure they are well guided that also I represent the good people of Petauke and I need to ask the question on their behalf. Honor the Vice President, the question is Eastern Province has got 15 districts and we have got only one district which is a city, Chipata, and we don't have any municipal council. Is the new Don government thinking of upgrading district like Petauke, Katete, Lundazi to municipality so that at least the good people of Eastern Province, they can have municipal councils? Because the whole province, we don't have any municipal council. Thank you, Honor the Vice President.
Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to say thank you very much for the greetings from Petauke. I send greetings back. The concern of the honorable member is that out of the 15 districts, they have one city, and that is Chipata with city status. And there is no other district with municipality status. And is government thinking of improving or giving the status of municipality to some of the councils like Petauke? I think this question came some time back. And generally, I said and I learned that the status is not just given, granted from nowhere. There is a criteria. There is something you must meet. There are conditions that is a place must reach to be able to acquire the status from a local council to municipality and then to the city. So the Ministry of Local Government, I'm sure, looks at that all the time so that they can upgrade the status of a city. But they must meet certain conditions that are needed to be called that. It's not by name just. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The honorable member for Sikongo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to ask a question to our honored Vice President. Madam Speaker, I'm fortunate enough to have lived through and see all the governments that have ruled this country come and go, of course, apart from the UPND that has just come in. I haven't seen a government that inherited such a broken economy like the UPN did. However, I'm also surprised that despite inheriting a broken economy, the UPN government has managed to deliver exceptionally well. The question that I have to our honored Vice President is, what is the secret? What formula have you used to perform so well in just 1 year of forming government? I thank you.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Skongo, who says he has seen all the government. That means he was there before 1964, when Zambia was born. And he has seen all governments come. But one thing he has noted, Madam, is that this government of the UPND, the New Dawn government, inherited a terribly broken economy. Now, his question is, what have we used for this economy to perform so well in the 1 year? A number of things. Last time I said, number one, in anything that you are starting starts with leadership. Leadership is very important in achieving anything that you want to. So the Zambian people made the right choice. That's number one. The choice goes in the president. The choice goes into the team. Indeed, the policies that are being put in place are extremely helpful. In the economy, for example, in the procurement issues, that plays a major role in improving the economy. And it gives confidence to investors, both local and international. The 3 points that have guided our performance in procurement of services, of goods. We have been told, and we are doing that, and we are insisting, and we are praying that everybody adapts. That every time we are procuring something, because it is all about procurement, you must think of cost effectiveness. Is the cost the right one? Because I think this was abused, where in the economy you are inflating the cost. You cannot grow. So when this government, with its leader, continues to say we must have things that are properly costed, that is one thing. We also say there has to be quality of what you deliver, in whichever field. I am saying services and goods. The quality is important, and the timely. That means we will move, and we are moving in 1 year. Other policies, the decentralization, which has eluded governments, is being implemented, taking the resource to the people. To the people. It is also the heart of the leader, the heart for the people, for the Zambian people, and those that surround. That is why the word I believe in, Madam, is even those that surround the king must be the right people. If they are wicked, get them away. But this team is trying to work so that we get rid of all these issues like corruption. Corruption is a vice, is a cancer to the economy. We are getting rid of all those. We are thinking of the people. That includes free education. It gives people energy to work because there is a future for their children. Those in schools see a future. Also job creation, which comes under Pillar 1 of the 8th National Development Plan. We are working on that, including not jobs being created in government, madam. Jobs will be more created by the private sector. It's private sector driven. The government is working on ensuring the environment is good. And that is what has attracted what you are seeing in the economy. I can go on talking about this, but I hope, Honorable, there are many, many other things that this government has done, which are giving a positive indicator. You know, energizing the Zambians, energizing the investors, energizing and attracting people to invest in our economy. And it will be well. It will be well. Zambia will be very good. Watch the space. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, you have just referred to Pillar 1 of the 8th National Development Plan. You are aware that we have close to 7 million young men and women looking for jobs. I have been advocating for your government to try and consider the apprenticeship program. Now, this program is supposed to give jobs to almost everybody in the sector, including the parastatal companies, but you move some of the money that you have been spending on empowerment programs, which are all over, under CDF empowerment, under sports empowerment, under community development empowerment, under SME ministry empowerment, and yet we still don't have any results proving that these empowerment programs have actually changed people's lives. If anything, in the Auditor General's report, it's been all about non-payment. It's been all about these programs not yielding the results. So when is government going to consider apprenticeship programs across all sectors to support not only the government itself, but also the parastatal companies that are failing to employ because obviously they are going through financial problems? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honorable Member for Kantanshi for that question. It's very, very important, and sometimes we may say we are doing something, but maybe not up to their satisfaction. And for me, Madam, when you are not satisfied, sometimes it's not a negative. It is a positive, because you are looking for something better and better. And I think that's what I see the Member of Parliament. You are looking for something better for the 7 million young people that are looking for jobs. It is not easy to see lives change. Indeed, there is need for us to have, I don't like this word pronouncing it, apprenticeship is important. I think we have an element, even in the CDF, but you will not see it now, because you know that will take a bit of time for the people to come out ready to take on, the jobs and be productive. We are doing that. But I do understand, because even if we give this CDF the empowerment issues, if people are not ready, they will not be able to produce the results as you want them. But we are going on this way. We are also, even under the Ministry of Youth, we have that. We are also encouraging, this is working together with the private sector. We are encouraging them to give the opportunity so that our young people are fully prepared to be able to take on the jobs and do it successfully and grow the economy and find jobs, create jobs, in fact. Thank you, Madam.
The Honorable Member for Sinda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our Honour Vice President, let peace be with you. Madam Speaker, maternal deaths, it has risen in this country, especially where I'm coming from, Eastern Province, Sinda, Katete, and Petauke. My question to you, our Honour Vice President, what is your government doing to reduce maternal deaths? Because we cannot continue losing the lovely ones. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I really sincerely thank the Honourable Member for saying that. For some of us and many women in here, this is a passion. We don't want to continue seeing our women die when bringing life. Maternal health is very important so that women, like in other places, when a woman gets pregnant, they even feel good. Here you get pregnant, you are scared. And when you deliver, like where I come from, madam, they even greet you, Mwapusukeni. Isn't it? Mwapusukeni. Because the environment is so bad. But this government and these members of parliament, Madam Speaker, have been told, even under our CDF, we should prioritize maternal health by ensuring that every health center, that's just the beginning, every health facility, let me use the word facility, must have a proper maternity with reticulated water, decency in the maternity ward. It doesn't matter how small. Let us include a decent room where life can be brought on earth. This is one thing that we are doing. Colleagues in this house, you should not take this lightly. It doesn't cost so much to ensure, it doesn't matter how small. And then it is the duty of government through the Ministry of Health to provide personnel. We must, madam, prioritize midwifery in our recruitment so that they can go and help. We don't want this. Really must come to an end. And we will do everything possible as government to ensure that our mothers are safe. They deliver safely. They enjoy being pregnant and smile at the baby. Thank you.
Thank you. We've run out of time, but bonus with the indulgence of our Honor the Vice President, just one bonus question for the Honorable Member from Serenje who has been sitting there anxiously waiting to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according the people of Serenje to ask our Honor the Vice President a question. And in the first place, before I ask, let me just confirm that the people of Serenje have said amen to your prayer, that nothing will happen in Zambia. Yeah, my question is over the quality of fertilizer that we'll be receiving in Zambia. Because what I'm made to understand is that once fertilizer comes, they need to do some tests, whether it has, that quality which we require in Zambia for our Zambian soil. I don't know which measures has the government put in place so that that fertilizer is tested to standards. Thank you.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you very much. I had to get clarity on the issue because you are right, Madam Speaker. Thank you. And I thank the Honorable Member for Serenje and for the people of Serenje to agree because God will do that which He hears us say. So we are saying Zambia will be better and better. Thank you for agreeing. The quality of fertilizer is the concern. And probably the member is saying it is coming very quickly and going into distribution. When will this testing be done? As long as this fertilizer is acquired by government from outside, the testing is done before it is brought here. Unless government buys local, because then we don't know the source. That is when it is tested. Because I was thinking we had a situation, but I'm assured this fertilizer coming from outside is tested before government, brings it in. So we can be assured, and again, we will trust that this fertilizer will be good enough for the Zambian people. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the close of that session. Question for oral answer, understanding order 74. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Question number 94.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Kafwaya, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Lunte, is asking the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development at A, how much money the government spent on the meeting of the Republican President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, with mayors, council chairpersons, and other local government leaders that was held at the Mulungushi International Conference Center in August 2022. Just a bit of a correction, the meeting was held at Kenneth Kaunda International Conference Center and not Mulungushi. And at B, the Honorable Member of Parliament wishes to know what benefits accrued to this meeting. In response, Madam Speaker, to the question raised by the Honorable MP for Lunte constituency, I wish to inform the House and himself that at A, the government spent 562,209 and 7 ngwe for the conference facilities on the meeting that the Republican President held with warships, the mayors, the council chairpersons, and other local government leaders at the Kenneth Kaunda International Conference Center on the 16th August 2022. At B, the following, Madam Speaker, were the benefits that accrued to both the central government as well as the local authorities for the meeting. 1, it should be noted that the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, is the first president ever since Zambia became a republic in 1964 or 1963 who has shared a meeting of that nature with local authority office bearers. He shared his vision for the country with regard to local authorities to ensure that council's objectives were completely in line with the government's expectations. The local authorities were also given an opportunity to make inquiries and provide proposals for solutions to the challenges the many challenges, as a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, that are faced with the operations in the local authorities. At 3, the President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, with the local authorities resolved on a plan of action for effective delivery of municipality services as well as health and education and also sanitation. At 4, the meeting made a resolution to hold annual engagements to address the salient issues with regard to local authority performance for municipality services delivery. At 5, the meeting also opened a new relationship between the government and local authorities in which the two were expected to play complementary roles. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much. And I'm very sure that the MP for Lunte fully understands this answer that I've given him, to the extent that I do not expect follow-up questions. I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Thank you so much. I'll just ask one supplementary question. I'm entitled to 2. I'll just ask one. Honorable Minister, it's good to observe that you spent 562,000 for conferencing facility. And let me make a correction on your correction. The meeting was held on the Kenneth Kaunda wing of the Mulungushi International Conference Center. Honorable Minister, all the people that you called from all councils across the country came here with their own vehicles. They spent money on fuel, they spent money on accommodation, they spent money on their meals, they were paid allowances. That is in addition to the conferencing facility cost. My question to you, Honorable Minister, do you think that bringing policy implementers who have nothing to do with policy promulgation to come and meet the highest level of policy promulgation, where you feed in as minister, is prudent management of public resources? Thank you, Madam.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, in management, there is nothing better than connecting the dots. What used to happen before, as the Honorable Member of Parliament is stating, is that policy pronouncements would be made at the highest level. And they would just fizzle away and wash away because the implementers were not there to do the work. Let me just emphasize to you, Honorable brother and friend, that meeting which was convened in terms of allowances, in terms of cost of transport, was borne by individual local authorities. And it was such an important meeting. You should have seen your council chairman from Lunte, how excited he was to rub shoulders with the president. You should have seen how people were, there was commotion, chitintangombe, as you'd call it, for people to have a one-on-one discussion with the head of state, which has never happened before. So they went with a renewed invigoration of the zeal to implement government policy. It was at this meeting, Honorable Kafwaya, where the president indicated to all the council chairmen and mayors that regardless of the political party that sponsored them, they needed to work in complement with the central government. What's better than that? Madam Speaker, I truly think that the president made a mark, a historic mark, to meet the people, the leaders at sub-district level, to make sure that we work together in meeting the aspirations and interests of the people that we serve.
Thank you. There was a word used, chitintangombe. What does it mean?
I borrowed the word from Chiwangandu. Unfortunately, I translated in Bemba instead of translating it back in English. It means commotion, madam. Chitintangombe is commotion.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, kindly clarify if these council officials used CDF money for logistics. If yes, did the CDF committees approve? I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Lunte, just allow the Minister to concentrate on the questions. Don't distract him. The Honorable Minister of Local Government.
The fairest thing for me to say in regard to this question is that let me quickly check which vote was used for the mayors to travel, and then I'll come back, Julia, and give the correct answer to the honorable colleague.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chifubu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister of Local Government, I want to confess that this was a very fascinating, scintillating, and exuberant meeting that had providential benefits which accrued by bringing the people at grassroots level to the highest office in the land. My question to you is, how often are these meetings going to be conducted by your ministry? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, in my maiden answer to the question by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Lunte about the benefits and the proceedings, I indicated, and I will quote what I said, that the meeting resolved to hold annual engagement. Annual means once a year, to address the salient issues with regard to local authority performance and challenges for service delivery. So the short answer is that it's going to be like Christmas, once a year. The president will meet all these people to make sure that the connection network between him at the pinnacle of the office of the governance of this land and the person at the lowermost is highly connected. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, you are aware that I was privileged to have served as president for the Local Government Association of Zambia for a period of 5 years. And every year there was a structured meeting that we used to have where we would invite the highest office in the land, which is the Republican president. And I'm aware that we had the president at that time gracing some of the annual general meetings that we used to have. How different are these meetings that are being structured from the already existing annual conferences where local authorities interact with government? Because this has been a practice. That is why I would want to really appreciate what's so special about this meeting, when there are already these meetings that for many years have been taking place. And I'm sure Honorable Masebo once graced some of these meetings. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member of Parliament for Kamfinsa, for that question. I'll give you the difference just now. The Local Government Association Annual General Meeting are held, and normally when the President's schedule is permitting, he will come to be the guest of honor at those meetings. And it has happened several times where the President comes and basically reads a speech as guest of honor and he leaves. The difference here is that this was a highly interactive session which took from 8 hours up to 17 hours, where the councillors or mayors asked questions to the President and the President answered. Therein lies the difference. I think that there's total value addition to the annual local government association meetings where it's a one-way traffic. The President will come or the minister will come and read the speech and there is no exchange. So the difference here is that Mr. Hichilema, the President of the Republic of Zambia, is the first one who has had a highly interactive session for 8 hours. And he has done that not only to the local authority drivers, he has done that to parastatal heads, he has done that to permanent secretaries, to connect the dots that I was talking about. The only dot that is missing so far, Madam Speaker, is for the President to have an interactive session with the members of this legislative house, because they refused. When the President, through your office, made an indication that he wants to meet the MPs, it was agreed. He wanted to come here so that we have an interactive session. The way we had an interactive session before with the UN Secretary General, former Ban Ki-moon, he sat where you were sitting there. President Hichilema made an indication that we should have a closed-door meeting with the MPs. They insisted that, no, we want to have the meeting elsewhere and not in Parliament. And the meeting failed. Was it the other way around? Well, yes. Thank you for the correction. The President invited members to come to Government Complex to have an interactive session with all these honorable members of Parliament who were elected by the people of Zambia. They insisted that they wanted to be here because it is here where they claim they enjoy immunity. What is there to worry about immunity if you mean well Because then me, as a person who was responsible to do this meeting, became suspicious that they want to abuse the president using the immunity that exists in this chamber. So the meeting, madam, the meeting for the president collapsed. And I will not just end there. He is desirous of meeting you collectively or even individually, not just at ceremony, traditional ceremonies, where there's also Chitintangombe normally when he's there to go and shake his hand. He wants to interact with you anywhere. And so please, just agree to this meeting. It will be at no cost, so that now we can complete the dots that I'm talking about. The president is desirous of meeting you and agree on the national agenda irrespective of our diversional persuasions politically. Madam, I thank you.
Thank you. Before I call upon the next supplementary question, the Honorable Member for Chinsali, you were indicating what's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on this point of order pursuant to Standing Order number 65, which talks about the relevance of what we talk about here. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member for Lufu, when he was asking his question to the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, he used very hard words which are difficult to understand. So I want to find out, because me, I've been checking for those words in the dictionary up to now. I haven't found that they exist in the dictionary. I would like to find out, Madam Speaker, if the Honorable Member was in order to use those hard words when he knows that the minimum qualification for these Honorable Members here is grade 12, Madam Speaker. Minimum grade 12. Was he in order, Madam Speaker? I thank you.
There is order, Honorable Members. There is a little thing called Google. So for those members who did not get the words, you can Google and find the meaning. Otherwise, ask our able research department to help in the understanding of those words. Honorable Member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
On a point of procedure, Madam Speaker.
There's a point of procedure or point of order. The Leader of Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I rise on a point of procedure pursuant to Article 76 of the Constitution and Section 3 of the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act. Madam Speaker, may I start by informing the House that pursuant to Standing Order 202, we will be writing to Madam Speaker for what members feel is an infringement of the rights of members. Madam Speaker, I'm compelled to rise because as members on your left, we missed an opportunity to interact with our Honorable Vice President, a session that is very, very important. Madam Speaker, the right to walk out is provided for under parliamentary procedure in this parliament and in the entire Commonwealth. Madam Speaker, as your members of parliament, we come here because we are representatives of the people. We were voted for by the people that we represent. And we ask questions, Madam Speaker, to clarify on...
Order, honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. What we can do, the Leader of Opposition, please come to the point, cite the breach, and then raise it quickly so that we make progress.
Madam Speaker, as members of parliament, we are aggrieved, especially where an impression is given that as we sit here merely to earn an allowance of 2,000 kwacha, and that our conduct must be controlled for that 2,000 kwacha. Madam Speaker, I would like to put it on record that that is an insult to the members of parliament that are elected by the people.
Order! The Leader of Opposition, order. Order. Order, honorable members. If there's any issue that you want to raise, you've said you are going to write, So please put it in writing and it will be responded to. This is not a time to stand up and start debating issues that you are not happy with. You walked out on your own to disrupt the proceedings. Should we have... You walked out on your own. So you write, order, order. You put it in writing and it will be responded to adequately. That's why we have our standing orders. Let's behave like honorable members. Order on that honorable member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you so much once again. Honorable Minister, the meeting made a lot of good resolutions. My question is that has there been any monitoring on the performance of these councils based on the meeting resolutions? And if there has been any, which performance or which challenge do you think was resolved and is performing better as a result of that meeting? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleague and friend, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kaumbwe. You're asking whether or not at this juncture we have already started seeing the benefits that are accrued to that meeting. The answer is yes. Yes, because the participants of that meeting went back home extremely motivated and with an increased zeal to do work, to supervise. The role of the council chairman or the mayor is to ensure that the primary role is that the resolutions of the councils are implemented. So there's a much more closer, one of the things that the president inculcated to the participants of that meeting was the idea of watering down the political divide, to make sure that whether you are a mayor for the opposition or for the ruling party, and you have a mixed member representation, you must work as one unit. Something that in the past had completely divided our people. And so we will give you updates, and you will see for yourself, starting with Petauke Council, where you come from in Kaumbwe, you'll be able to tell yourself and give us a feedback whether there's an improvement as a result of that meeting or not. And I also think maybe I should take advantage of this question that yesterday, one of the members, I think it was, I can't remember now, who indicated that there was urgent need for members of parliament, Madam Speaker, to get back to the council. This exclusion of the member of parliament from sitting in the council was arrived at via a constitutional amendment. This house is the house that is charged with the responsibility of formulating law. And so if you want to see whether these interactions with the president are bearing fruit, bring the amendment quickly to this house so that you can go back and sit in the council and you'll be an integral part of the operations of the council. That way, it will be easy for you to actually see where there are dislocations in the operations of the council, if there are any.
Thank you. The last question will be from the Honorable Member from Mbawala.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for allowing the good people of Mbawala to raise a follow-up question to the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. Honorable Minister, following that wonderful and excellent meeting which was held with His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema, that added a lot of value to the buying into the vision of the new Dawn government and the delivery of various services. I'm wondering on the aspect of the CDF as to whether the that meeting and indeed your ministry is considering forming a CDF department in the local councils in order to have key performance indicators for the town clerks to be part of their evaluation in terms of their performance. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam, the interaction of the President with his mayors and the council chairperson brought in a very, very important matter, which is an impediment to progress both in central and local government. And the President has been preaching about bureaucracies that are associated with movement of processes. Honorable Member of Parliament for Mbawala, the performance indicators of all our officers as they interact with their duty sometimes has been hampered by bureaucracies, especially in procurement. In the past, Madam Speaker, processes would be delayed for as long as half a year, and in certain cases, 1 year, because of the bureaucracies that are associated with processes, and therefore they have a bearing on the performance indicators. The President indicated to his people that as much as possible, where the laws that we function under, where the regulations that we set for ourselves become an impediment to the service deliveries, we must cut down the bureaucracies. That is one of the great benefits that I personally, as minister sitting and listening to the President, got out of it. That the laws as we set for ourselves, the rules and regulations, especially with procurement, which is a major driver of processes, must be streamlined. So yes, once we do that, some of these things are subject of legislation, and again, it is us here seated who are responsible to legislate, to make sure that we remove these bottlenecks, we remove these hurdles. One example that I can give is that we failed to decentralize the approvals of the CDF because the Act dictates, as a matter of fact, that this minister speaking should be the one approving CDF projects, which makes a pyramidical way of doing things. And we are bringing legislation to devolve the power of approval to the province. And once that is done, I'm sure that people will be laughing, they'll be smiling. Everyone is going to be happy because time is of essence, and one of the three attributes that this government is anchored upon is that of timely delivery of services, quality delivery, and also cost effectivity. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Presentation of Government Bill. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I beg to present a bill entitled the Pension Scheme Regulation Amendment Bill number 30 of 2022. The object of this bill is to amend the Pension Scheme Regulation Act so as to provide for the approval of pension scheme rules by the Pensions and Insurance Authority.
Let the bill be read the first time.
The Pension Scheme Regulation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2022.
The bill stands referred to the Committee on Delegated Legislation. The committee is required to submit its report on the bill to the House on Wednesday, 7th December 2022. Honorable members who wish to make submissions on the bill are free to do so within the program of work of the committee. The clerk will now read the orders of the day.
Estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. Committee of Supply, resumption of committee work.
The House will now resolve into committee.
Order. When business was interrupted yesterday, Thursday, 17th November 2022, the Committee of Supply on the Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023, presented to the National Assembly in September 2022, was considering Head 29, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, and the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development was winding up debate. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Sir, I wasn't winding up, I was just beginning to respond to colleagues. And I took note of the concern by the Honorable MP for Kanchivia about the uniform allocation of CDF in constituencies regardless of the jurisdictional development stage, and the dichotomy between the rural and urban municipalities. We tried this before, Honorable Member, to try and give equitable allocation of resources depending on the developmental stage of each of these constituencies. The argument there that came was that even if Lusaka, for instance, is a concrete jungle and looks developed, there's still squalor in this place. There's still squalor, and the people who live in squalor are citizens of this country. Go to Garden Compound here, close, just next to Manda Hill where we are sitting, and check the quality of life for the people in Garden Compound, and also compare it with the quality of life for people in Kanchivia, where you come from. The answer that you will find is that the people in Kanchivia, as a matter of fact, live in better conditions than the people in Garden Compound. So we tried this before during the days of the Honorable late Request Montanga, may he so rest in peace, to try and juggle the figures around so that developed constituencies get slightly less than those that are developed. And it is something we can try again, but I doubt it if it will yield. Honorable Member of Parliament for Kafue. Yes, I heard you, my sister-in-law, about the feedback on the suspension of the Kafue City Council. It was this hand that signed the suspension order. And I want to put it to you that regardless what feedback comes, discipline is a cornerstone of any sanity. And Kafue Council had to be put on ice, and it's a predominantly UPND-run council, and we have to lead by example. Because if we spared Kafue Town Council from their current misconduct, then we're going to make a malignant affair where a council in Chinsali will misbehave and will simply say, no, we are caught up now because we didn't act on Kafue. We'll look as though we are discriminating Chinsali. Let me take advantage of this particular comment of yours that sitting here as a nice person that you describe, most of you, who has an open door policy that responds to all of your requirements in my office, indiscipline is something that has no space in our life. And so all councils, please take heed. Kafue Council has maybe an extra 65 days to come back to work. Unfortunately, yes, it affects the citizens of Kafue, but it is also important that mob psychology cannot be what drives us. Petty politics, you remove politics from the wards and you bring them into the council icon. We are not going to do that. Icon means no. Madam Speaker, the consolation for the Member of Parliament for Kafue is that time is a healer. I know that they must be upset with me, but it doesn't matter to me whether they're upset or not, and I'm saying this with the strongest conviction that it had to be done. And it has circumvented many more dislocations of the council based on patronage, where one wants to have their way and only their way and not accommodate what other people think. By the way, it also stems from indiscriminate sharing of land. And so I must use this opportunity to tell all councils that follow the procedures of parceling out land. If you are going to parcel out land indiscriminately for pecuniary benefit, we're going to come for you. And we're going to come for you heavy like a ton of bricks. Mr. Banda from Muchinga, thank you for shining the light on me and for the kind words that you put. About the road development plan, I've said this before on this floor of this house, that as UPND, we're a new government, we are developing our own 10-year road sector development plan, and I'm quite certain that we will come around as we get along. The transport for chiefs that you raised, also colleague and friend, I was part of the project of transporting the chief. You and I transported your chief from Serenge to Livingstone. So I feel what you feel as well. I want to say, we are proposing that our Royal Highnesses are served with transport. And just like we did on the monitoring and evaluation, it is up to this House to agree that they must operate under decent conditions. If it is agreed, we can buy them vehicles, 4x4, Toyota Hilux, or something of the sort from the Constituent Development Fund, because in there's also a component for repairing their palaces. We are putting a vote to make sure that the chiefs live in decent conditions and environment. The trouble that we have with palaces, as I addressed the issue that another member brought, is that we are encouraging them to make institutional plots, meaning a plot that is found should be an institutional one, that when the chief answers to God and passes on, the next chief will live in that house, and so that we don't start building palaces here, there, and everywhere at the time when we install another chief. The issue of bus stops, Honorable Nyirenda, please look at me. The bus stop in Lundazi, I hear you. Please come to my office and we talk about this, because we have cooperating partners such as KFW, who built the bus stop that you're referring to in Choma, the bus stop you referred to. We have a state-of-the-art bus stop in Mazabuka, the constituents that I represent, that was created for us by the Germans. Come through the office, let's talk about it and see if they can help to sanitize the bus stop conditions in Lundazi. Honorable Siachi Sumo, I think you are the one who spoke about the chief's palaces. I've answered you now. And the issue about the Mukutuma Lumpuma Road is something that you and I have been talking about for a long time. Please allow us to just sanitize the difficult and challenges that we found in the rural road sector. And once we do it, comfort, as I finish, is that the World Bank is helping us. The World Bank is helping us with rural roads. They put in 200 million kwacha, which will soon apply to answer to those questions. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Head 29, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, head total 6,449,760,989 kwacha. Any debate? Any objection? I put the question. The question is that head 29, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, head total 6,449,760,989 stands part of the estimate. As many of the opinion say aye, of the contrary say no. Huh? I didn't see you here. Huh? The Honorable Member for Kafinsa.
Mr. Chairperson, I wish to direct the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development to page 319. Page 319, there's an item, Program 5524, Human Settlements Planning and Regulations. Minister, there's an allocation there of 9.6 million. And you have just from responding to Honorable Sande Chanda that there are challenges of unplanned settlements across the country. The 9.66 million, what is it going to achieve, given the cost of upgrading an unplanned settlement? Just for an example, Mulenga compound will not need 9 million. It will need more than 9 million. So wouldn't we allocate more resources to this fort rather than the 9 million that we've given you here? That's the first page. The second page is page 325, so that I don't have to come back again. Page 325, Minister, there's a budget of 13.8 million under program 6001, service improvement and equipment acquisition. Minister, what equipment does your ministry intend to procure to support infrastructure and service delivery? And lastly, Minister, on page 329, program 5536, there's an allocation there towards rural roads connectivity. Do you have plans as a ministry to get the rural roads unit from ZNS into your ministry, considering that you are now responsible for rural development?
As time is 10:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for health break.
Okay.
You are still watching Parliament television, and the business of the House has been suspended for now to take a 20 minutes health break. And just now we have a look at what has been discussed so far on the floor of the House.
Yes, Paulina, the House has so far considered Her Honor the Vice President's question time. After that, the House considered question for oral answer understanding order 74. And so this question came from Lunte, Member of Parliament, and his question was directed to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. And after that, the House also has considered the Pension Scheme Regulation Amendment, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2022, and under consideration is head 29, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. And so for this and more other details will be coming in later on. For now, we go on a break. Remember, business resumes at 11 hours. Good morning.
Ms. Brenda Tambatamba is Kasempa Member of Parliament in Northwestern Province under the United Party for National Development UPND, a seat her father once held in the UNIP era. Ms. Tambatamba sits on the Public Accounts Committee, where she is the Vice Chairperson. Ms. Tambatamba is sociable, outgoing, but firm. Her children fondly call her the Queen. She is an eloquent and captivating speaker who leaves one yearning for more each time she speaks.
Brenda Tambatamba is a daughter, a mother, a grandmother, an aunt, and many, many things that you can describe her by. I am a firstborn of a family of more than 10. Many girls, quite a few boys as well, but many girls. I am a daughter of a politician as well. My dad was a politician. He was member of parliament for Kasempa as well many years back in the UNIP days. My mom is a farmer. And I've got a tight-knit family of siblings who are very, very supportive. Different professions, which one benefits from. Some are teachers, like Dad was a teacher before he became a politician. And of course, at one point, he wanted me to become a teacher. But I opted that I would go for nursing, which never worked. I went for nursing at UTH to start training for 1 month. I was selected to go to UNZA, and Dad was more than happy to come and fish me out because he didn't want me to be a nurse. I've got a sister was an accountant, I've got one who's a doctor, others who have done various professions. So I mentioned that because it's very, very helpful, because you've got a whole community of consultants that you go to for different topics and subjects, especially in this role as well. You would be quickly running to a teacher for something related to education. You'd be running to an accountant for something for public accounts, of which I'm a vice chairperson. You'd be running to a doctor for various issues that affect our community in health and many other wellness-related issues. And so I also say I am a villager. I have had a bit of town life as a teenager as well. I was born in Kasempa and attended primary school at Kalusha Primary School within the senior chief Kasempa's village. I attended my secondary school in Kasempa, in Kinga Girls Secondary School, a mission school, and later on had to come to Unza. And so, later on, that was for my first degree, and for my second degree, which I did at the age of 26, I went to England, in Bradford in West Yorkshire, and I am a social worker by profession, and a social worker as well as community. Later on, I had to convert and go community focus than the traditional social work.
She played the role of a mother and father at the age of 33 after losing her husband. The whole experience made her a tough woman she is today.
I come from Kasempa, I'm a Kalonde. I married a Lozi man, one Stanley Liswaniso.
Is this your cousin?
Yeah, we are cousins. Yes.
Traditional cousins.
Yeah, we are traditional cousins. Unfortunately, he passed on some 20 plus years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, so between I and Stanley, we had 2 children, biological children. My husband passed on when I was about 33. My children were about, those biological children, Munarula and Kombo, they were 8 and the other one was 5. But I am very lucky because I belong to an extended family. Both Dad and Mom raised me to be a family person, extended family. So I always say I'm a mother of 101. Besides those 2, I have had the blessing from God to raise more than just Mkombo, Munarula and Mkombo. Oh, actually Mkombo is 31 today. She's Mrs. Chingombe. And Munarula is about 33. So that is me. So, and I've got 2 grandchildren, Mushaukwa, named after the grandfather, and Unashe. So that's me, a mother. For my other children, I mean, I said 101. I've got other daughters. I've got Sophia, I've got Nelly. The boys, I've got Clinton, I've got Martin, I've got Danny. I've got so many of them, they're all my children. Yeah, the children of my cousins, the children of my sisters, my siblings, who have had to take over because their parents have since passed on. So I am a family woman.
Ms. Tambatamba got interested in politics when she worked as a social worker, but admits that her father, who was a politician, influenced her political career.
Certain things, yeah, probably could have had an underlying current. Because while I may not have aspired that I would also become a politician one day, But by virtue of my profession, the work I've done in the community, after I finished my degree in social work at University of Zambia, I went and worked for the Ministry of Labor and Social Services at that time, at the Social Welfare Department.
My name is Christopher Kangombe, Member of Parliament for the good people of Kamfinsa constituency. I was born in Kitwe. I basically did all my education in Kitwe. Started my primary school in where I am today at Justin Kawe Basic School in Indeke. Went to Kitwe Boys Secondary School in Kitwe, and later on I pursued a degree in electrical mechanical engineering, where I graduated at CBU. I think should have been 2009 thereabout. At that time I was already doing civic work. I was already an elected councillor in an area called Riverside in Kitwe, and of course later on I was privileged to have been given an opportunity by the people of Kitwe to work as mayor of the city in between 2016 and 2021. Then of course last year I got an opportunity to represent the community where I was raised, where I grew up, which is Kamfinsa constituency. I am married. I'm a father of 3 children. I think the eldest must be 10. Yes, 10. The second born is 8 and the last one is 5. Yeah, professionally I've worked for Mopani Copper Mines. I used to work as an assistant engineer there. I worked for Luansha Copper Mines, and before going full-time into civic work and political work, I worked for a company called Atlas Copco, where I was selling mining equipment. So I happen to have an understanding of what happens in the private sector. I also have an understanding of what happens in governance. So it's been a great honor reaching this stage where now I can come to Parliament and come and not only represent the people of Kamfinsa, but also try and urge government. You know, our role as parliamentarians is to provide oversight. I love watching football. If I was not an engineer, I think I would have been a very good football player. I read a lot. It's good to read. As a leader, you have to read, because when you are reading, you tend to understand what is happening globally, you tend to understand history, and you tend to understand so many different aspects. Kamfinsa constituency is the first constituency as you enter Kitwe. So on your right, where the boundary with Ndola ends, Kamfinsa starts. So the entire farm block, where the prison is, you go further with the boundary with, is it Mufulira, Ndola Road, that boundary, that is the outer boundary. You come to Ndeke, Kitwe, Mlenga compound, Mkuba na Twange, that is the geographical description of Kamfinsa. Of course, we have challenges in the constituency. We have challenges of water. I was raising an issue earlier with our Honour the Vice President, asking government to work on the water supply network in the constituency. We did start a project, I think in 2019, under Nkana Water and Sewerage, but the project could not proceed because a few things had to be changed. So we have challenges of water. We of course have challenges of unemployment, just like any other constituency. And with more young people finishing school, I think it will continue to pose as a challenge. And I'm hoping that we could find solutions here and also in the constituency, and of course other stakeholders. We are predominantly an agriculture economy. Most people do agriculture, but majority of them on the urban side of the constituency do trading. Some of them work in the mines. So what is happening on the copper belt, Mopani operations, KCM operations do affect directly our people in the constituency. And of course we have a lot of people in the informal sector those that go into Sokone market to sell their commodities. So those are some of the key players in the constituency. And of course, I want to thank the clergy in the constituency, because they've helped us whenever we want to sensitize the public about things like constituency development fund. We go through churches, we inform the churches, we ask them, can we do an announcement? And once we do that, the information goes out there, which is very useful. And I think that we have local strategies on how we are coping with some of these challenges, but obviously, ultimately, we need central government support. We've started with basic infrastructure. We need to educate as many people in the constituency. I would want the constituents to produce more engineers. I want the constituents to produce more doctors, more teachers, more journalists, people that can come and contribute to the economy of our country. So of course our primary objective is to provide health infrastructure and also provide educational infrastructure. We have a hospital, what used to be a clinic, in Ndeke Village Clinic in Ndeke Village, that we are now upgrading. The previous government did commence the upgrading works. We have a maternity wing now, and now we want to add a mortuary, a theatre and other things, so that that health facility in Ndeke Village could cater for that catchment area. We also want to upgrade Zamtan Clinic also into a facility with support infrastructure. We also want to upgrade primary schools into secondary schools, so that when children finish grade 7, they quickly go into grade 8, 9, up to grade 12. So part of the constituency development fund, we have channeled it towards adding 4 more classes. We want to finish classes at Wesley Nyerenda. We want to finish 3 classes at Mlenga Primary. We want to do the same in all the other schools that we have in the constituency, so that we shorten the distances. We don't want a challenge where when someone finishes their grade 7, they have to walk a long distance. That's one of the strategies we are using. We are also doing bridges. We want people to be able to connect, and that is why earlier this week I did raise an issue with the Minister of Infrastructure that our farmers need to have their bridges worked on, so that they can transport their farm produce, so that they can transport their farm inputs, and so that we can have the economic activity happening in the farm block of the constituency. So it's education, health, general infrastructure like bridges. We also have roadworks that we want to work on, and we have allocated from the constituency development funds for this year about 600,000 kwacha, which will go towards fuel for the council to grade our roads. It's a wide scope of things that we want to do, but ultimately I want us to simplify the empowerment programs. The way the empowerment programs have been designed, I feel will not yield the right results. The issue of cooperatives, we've had challenges. People form cooperatives, they get the money, they have challenges starting a business, yet they asked for money to start a business. So I did ask our colleagues in central government if we can redesign empowerment programs. So that is on my agenda for this year. Before 2022 comes to an end, we should be able to say we think we can do empowerment programs in this fashion. And I think that that is some of the things that we are working on. So pretty much it's health, education, the basic things that everyone talks about, but localized to the needs of the people in Kamfinsa. The residents of Kamfinsa, of course, gave me an opportunity to come here and speak for them, and I think that whenever we ask questions in Parliament, mostly it is issues affecting our young people, issues affecting the constituency, issues affecting Mulenga compound. I would want to assure them that it may not be done, everything may not be done in 5 years, but we are going to lay the foundation, and we are going to demonstrate that some of the priorities have been attended to. We are going to ensure that educational infrastructure, the schools out there are worked on. We are going to ensure that we provide the necessary blueprint for working on roads. Those are our priorities, because if we do those things, I think that the economy of the constituency will be active. I also want to assure the residents that the challenges of water will continue to be presented to Parliament, because if I don't speak, I think that government may not give those issues the right amount of attention. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity to have been elected Member of Parliament. It's been a great journey so far, and I want it to be a leadership that represents the needs of our people.
Thank you very much for still being with us on Parliament Television. The House is still on break, and business will resume shortly. And we'll look at what has been discussed so far on the floor of the House.
When business resumed at 09 hours, the business started by indication of business that will be considered next week. After that, the House considered Honour the Vice President's question time.
And then there was consideration of questions for oral answer. This was question number 94, understanding order 74. And thereafter there was a presentation of government bills, and Minister of Finance and National Planning presented the Pension Scheme Regulation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2022. And thereafter the House went on to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure, and under consideration is Head 29, which is the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. And just before the break, we had a Member of Parliament for Kamfinsa, Mr. Christopher Kangombe, who was asking a follow-up question to the Minister's policy statement. So still under consideration is Head 29, which is the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. And yet to come, Matimba.
And still heads, just now we take you to the floor of the House.
When business was suspended, the Committee of Supply was considering Head 29, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, and the Honourable Member for Kafinsa was asking a follow-up question. May the Honourable Member continue.
Mr. Chairperson, thank you once again. I was asking the Minister of Local Government 3 questions, and I think he picked the first one on the 9.66 million for upgrading of unplanned settlements and why the amount is not adequate. I also asked a question on page 325, which I believe he picked, the 13.8 million kwacha for service improvement and equipment. I wanted clarification as to what equipment will be procured. And lastly, Mr. Chairperson, I asked the Minister on page 329, Program 5536, Rural Development. There is a vote there under Rural Roads Connectivity. Under 2023 budget, there is no allocation. So my question under this page was that why can't we get the Rural Roads Unit, which is currently under ZNS, place it under the Ministry of Local Government so that a vote is provided here and they are able to do rural development activities. Those were my 3 questions, Mr. Chairperson, and I thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, honorable colleague. Regarding the issue of the budgetary allocation for 9.6 million, please take note that this is for planning and regulation purposes only and not for actual resettlement. It is very clear that this money is too small to actualize the resettlement and repositioning of big squatter compounds such as the Mulenga compound that you made reference to. With regard to what equipment the ministry intends to procure, under your second question, it is something that is topical, that we need to streamline and improve the service deliveries for all municipal councils in equipment and also infrastructure. You will observe, as a matter of fact, that there is a reduction from, there's a slight improvement on this in terms of absolute figures. And it is in our continued attempt to make sure that we have equipment that will improve local community service delivery. Regarding the last question that you bring, and rural road connectivity, I need you to know, sir, that here there's no budgetary allocation because we have decided as a government to capacitate the Zambia National Service, who we believe are a quasi-government organization, and we think that if they are capacitated with equipment, we may just answer to the issue of the high cost of development of this sector. It is something that we are certain will work because we can talk to ZNS and ameliorate the charges that are exorbitant at this point in time. You will observe that today we have challenges in paying many interim payment certificates because it is a complicated affair in the sense that rural roads are not normally perennial. After one rain season, they wash away. And so we are in arguments. Some people will come and claim to say, I built the road is washed away, and they are claiming money. But the truth of the matter is that behind that, we know there was some sort of a fraud that was going on between contractors as well as the directors of engineering or works in the councils to issue IPCs that I'm burdened with now, standing about 5.7 billion kwacha against a budgetary allocation of only 1.2 billion kwacha over the past 3 years. And so we decided that this assignment will be given to ZNS. That's why there's no money that is allocated under this vote. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mwandu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Take the minister to page 317, program number 4003, urban and regional planning. There is no budget allocation. I want to find out if at all we have actually stopped planning activities in various cities. Again, program 6003, urban and regional planning, I've seen 99,960. Is it enough? Then another one is rural planning, police coordination and information. Budget there has reduced from 8 million to 3 million. What could be the reason, considering that, Honorable Minister, you are trying to modernize our rural communities through decentralization? Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think all three questions sit on the aspect of cutting the suit to the size of the cloth and prioritizing what we think we can work with for the available resources. The reductions that you see here, Honorable Member of Parliament, are answering to the provision of the money that the ministry has received under this budget, and we cannot allocate money that is not there. So it is really, the answer is cutting the suit to the size of the cloth and priority. Thank you.
Dr. Mwanza.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I refer you to page 329. 329. Under rural development, there's an allocation of 70,254,064. I'm not so sure, because when I just entered, I think you are just answering concerning community roads. But I noticed that there's no budget allocation for the pavement, the road pavement itself, but there's a location for water crossing points. So anyway, in your response, you said that you're going to capacitate Zambia National Service to do the roads. My question is that already budgeted for in this 2023 budget to capacitate Zambia National Service to rehabilitate the community roads? Also, the number of constructed crossing points in 2022, the target was 100 and you constructed 60. And you are targeting to construct 40 in 2023. Is it that this number of crossing points, the 40, is just a carryover from the deficit from 2022? So in short, there's no allocation for 2023 in terms of number of crossing points. Then page 333. 333, management and support services. Program management and support services. You're right. You are targeting to audit only 58 local authorities in 2023. Now, looking at the increased scope of work that local authorities are handling due to the increased CDF, why target 58 instead of auditing all the 156 local authorities? 116, I think. 116 local authorities in order to increase the transparency and accountability. Also, page 327.
Honorable Member, it's advisable that you should be asking one question, or else we'll consume the whole time just on you. So the Honorable Minister responds to the earlier questions. Honorable Member, you can take your seat.
I can even ask in Chinese, right?
Ni hao means hello, Honorable Member. The target of auditing only 58 out of 116 local authorities has been a general practice, Honorable Member. Yes, indeed, I agree with you that the scope of work vis-a-vis the expanded CDF provides more scope of work. I need you to know that there are internal audits that happen there in all the councils, and so we will take a sample of 58, which is much more than the 10% representative percentum for determining the trends. And so again, it's a function of availability of money. If we had all the money, I'm sure we would then go and audit all the 116 local authorities. Regarding the crossing points, the 60 out of 100, that was what was budgeted for, and you're asking if these 40 are a carryover. I would say yes, and it would also be an indictment to many of us here seated in Parliament, because as early as January this year, once the Minister of Finance indicated to me that for those members who are threatening or have been cut off, let them bring the BOQs and we'll service them. We've serviced those that have brought, and those that haven't brought, we have not. And so it will only be fair that information protocol is sharpened between our offices and yours who represent people on the ground. I also needed you to know that under the Constituent Development Fund, there's a component for disaster, which sits at 5% for crossing points, money which can be used. On the first question, I'm actually glad you provided the answer, your honorable member, for yourself based on the answer that I gave the person who asked before you about the capacitation of Zambia National Service. All this is culminating again from the complication that has been presented to this government on the rural roads connectivity and what we believe strongly was extremely fraudulent. I thank you.
Mr. Chewe. Mr. Mkosa. Mr. Katambo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister, you talked passionately about the dichotomy between the rural and urban constituencies. So on page 316, program 5536, rural development, I see a reduction of 50 million. What is the justification? I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Mr. Chairman, when the Ministry of Chiefs Affairs, which is chiefly addressing issues in the rural area, was done, when it was reprofiled, money was lumped onto this particular vote last year. And now that we are settled and the Department of Chiefs and Traditional Affairs, which is in the rural areas, is sitting on its own, this particular vote has gone to deal with exclusively to the issue of traditional leadership, rural areas, and that's why there's this reduction. Thank you.
Mr. Kandafula.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first, in the first place, say congratulations and thank you, Honorable Minister. Mine is on page 321, Program 5525, Local Governance, Table 4, Economical Classifications, and number 58, to do with RACIF, where you have allocated the 300 million. Just wanted the confirmation. This 300 million, which has been allocated for 2023, has it been tied to the recent audit which was done under LACIF? Because, you know, our people haven't been paid this for quite some time. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Let me thank the Honorable Member of Parliament for Serenge for picking up this provision which was missing in many years in the past. We have said here before, and we'll say it again, that the Local Authority Superannuation Fund had been abandoned by the previous managers to a point where it was almost on its knees. This amount of money is allocated there as a realization of the fact that this is a viable institution that should not be left to die. And so it is the wish of this government to normalize and hence the allocation of this money. I must also confirm to you that the 300 million is not even enough to address the current problems that the Local Authority Superannuation Fund is facing. But a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step, and this is what the New Dawn government has done to try and give hope to this very vital institution. Thank you.
Mr. Mngando.
Thank you, Chairperson. Page 319, Program 5524, Human Settlements, Planning and Regulation, Activity number 4003, Infrastructure Development. There is 73,200. Honorable Minister, considering that the President emphasized on human settlements and planning regulations, particularly to do with schemes, farming blocks, and other schemes. What is this money, 73,200, meant for? I know the previous year is showing 39,290, then we have improved to 73,200 kwacha. What is this money meant for? Which I believe, Mr. Chairperson, it might not be enough even for fuel if we want to establish human settlement planning and regulations in Seshek. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, friend, Honorable Mngando. If you may want to note that last year there was nothing that was allocated there, and the previous year, 2021, the year of the Lord, when governments changed, you had allocated only 39,290, and now we have put 73,200. This is not for resettling people. And probably you were not in the house when the colleague from Kamfinsa asked on the same head and item. What I indicated was that this was for planning and regulation purposes. And planning does not require fuel, as you put it, that is not even enough for fuel to go to Sesheke and back. And so again, it sits right at the heart of cutting the suit to the size of the cloth. This is the only money that is available for us to conduct this exercise. So please, give us a pat on the back, because last year there was nothing. And now we have put 73,200. And we will improve going into the future, because the issue of unplanned human settlement is one of the reasons why we have squalor among ourselves. And so we have asked all our councils to prepare integrated development plans, IDPs, which are prepared via drone and via the table where you are sitting. So we are quite confident with this small allocation of money, we will get some headway towards improving the actualization now of these unsettled settlements. Thank you.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is at head 29, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, head total 6,449,760,989 kwacha. Stands part of the estimates. As many of the opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 29, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, head total 6,449,760,989 kwacha is ordered to stand as part of the estimate. We now move to head 12, Office of the Public Protector. Head 12, Office of the Public Protector, General Policy Debate. Her Honor, the Vice President. Policy Statement.
Chairperson, I wish to thank you most sincerely for granting me the opportunity to present the policy statement in support of the estimates of expenditure for 2023 under Head 12, the Office of the Public Protector. Mandate. Chairperson, the Office of the Public Protector is established by Article 243 of the Constitution of Zambia, Amendment Act Number 2 of 2016, and operationalized by the Public Protector Act Number 15 of 2016. The office draws its mandate from Article 244 of the Constitution, which is to 1. Investigate an action or decision taken or omitted to be taken by a state institution in the performance of an administrative function. 2. Bring an action before a court. 3. Hear an appeal by a person relating to an action or decision taken or omitted to be taken in respect of that person. 4. Make a decision on an action to be taken against a public officer or constitution office holder, which decision shall be implemented by an appropriate authority. Chairperson, to prevent and redress maladministration, the Office of the Public Protector executes its mandate using an integrated approach involving investigation, capacity building, consultation, cooperation, as well as exchange of information with the appropriate bodies involved in the promotion of administrative justice. Vision and mission statement. Chairperson, the vision of the Office of the Public Protector states a public service free of maladministration. The mission states to ensure a conducive governance environment. Chairperson, in the execution of its mandate, the Office of the Public Protector is guided by values and principles as enshrined in the Constitution and the Public Protector Act, which are transparency, accountability, professionalism, integrity, impartiality, accessibility, and independence. Review of the 2022 budget performance. Chairperson, in the year 2022, the office was allocated a total budget of 19,307,550 kwacha for both personal emolument and recurrent departmental charges. The allocation enabled the office to achieve the following. A. Maladministration redress services. 1. Investigated 1,512 general maladministration cases, out of which 773 were concluded. 2. Initiated nine own initiative investigation cases, out of which 5 were concluded. 3. Investigated 7 systematic cases of maladministration involving state institutions, and out of which 3 were concluded and are at the report stage. 4. Undertook 1 capacity building for investigation staff in electronic case management to enhance efficiency in handling cases. 5. Carried out awareness campaigns and legal clinics in 5 provinces. B. Management and support services. 1. Purchased 5 motor vehicles to help ease transport challenges for the Office of the Public Protector. 2. Purchased furniture and working tools for officers. The office also carried out renovations and maintenance of offices. 3, provided inputs into the 8th National Development Plan as well as the draft implementation plan. 4, embarked on the development of the 2022 to 2026 Institutional Strategic Plan, which will guide the institution's programming of activities for the next 5 years. 5, carried out induction meetings for new members of staff to familiarize them with the operations of the Office of the Public Protector and the Public Service. 2023 budget estimates. Chairperson, in the year 2023, the Office of the Public Protector has been allocated a total of 29,860,739 kwacha. The budget allocation represents 55% increase compared to 2022 budget estimates for the institution. Chairperson, the funds of the Office of the Public Protector are the functions of the Office of the Public Protector are performed under 2 key programs, namely Maladministration Redress Services and Management and Support Services. A. Maladministration Redress Services. The Maladministration Redress Services comprise 3 distinct sub-programs which play a critical role in enhancing the performance of the public service. These are 1. Maladministration investigations, 2. Maladministration awareness, and 3. Maladministration and legal advisory. B. Management and support services. Management and support services comprise 6 sub-programs that are undertaken in order to enhance the effective management of staff, provision of logistical and material support services, in order to facilitate the smooth operations of the institutions. These are 1. Executive office management, 2. Human resource management and administration, 3. Financial management, accounting, 4. Financial management, auditing, 5. Procurement management, 6. Planning, policy coordination, and information management. Chairperson, through this budget and in line with the government's decentralization drive enshrined in the 8th National Development Plan, the Office of the Public Protector in 2023 plans to progressively decentralize its operations to 6 provinces. Chairperson, with this budget, the Office of the Public Protector plans to invest more resources in improving the institution's ICT infrastructure to enable hosting of the electronic case management effectively. Furthermore, in order to ease the transport challenge for the institution, the office plans to procure 10 more vehicles. These measures will enhance the institution's visibility and mechanisms for conducting investigations, which in turn contributes to quality public service delivery. Chairperson, the budget estimates before this august House will enable the Office of the Public Protector to operate effectively, as well as address personal emoluments and other outstanding bills. In this regard, I wish to appeal to the honorable members to support the estimates of expenditure for the Office of the Public Protector as presented. I submit and thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Her Honor. Any further debate? Ms. Katuta.
Thank you so much, Chair, for giving Chienge this very important moment to talk about what really affects the people of Chienge. Mr. Chair, let me try to take the House back to the previous sitting, the 12th session. I complained about this department because it's a department which is supposed to be there for the Zambians. It's an ombudsman office. And even the previous sitting, I'm one of those who protested by saying we do not support the budget line. Why? The most people who are affected are from Chienge and rural areas. When you talk about this office is there to protect the Zambians, when the public officers do not do the service delivery to the Zambians, the people of Zambia are supposed to complain and they're supposed to look into it. If you go to Chiengi, there was a time in Chiengi where people were mistreated by the police. Her owner is now the vice president. She knows what I'm talking about. People had nowhere to run to. Where was and where is public protector? We're talking about one of the functions of their mandate. If an office in a public institution is the rudeness of a public officer. But look at how most of police treat the Zambians. Even now, we have the way the law is clear when you're arresting someone who is not even resisting to be arrested. But look at how the Zambians are treated. And instead of them doing the investigation, and instead of sensitizing the Zambians, like one video which I watched where the young man was even calling the name of the officer, what wrong have I done? They've not done enough, especially to reach out to the people of Chingo and rural areas. So as for me, I would just say, I wonder why each year in, each year out, we're giving them money. For what? I went on their website. They went to do sensitization. To who? You call people who are elite, people who can understand, and you are in a hole. When the people who are really affected are in the rural areas, we want to see this kind of sensitization in Chiengi. Don't go to people, you call people at Mlungushi Conference Center. Do you expect my chief or the headman from Chiengi or any person to come and listen to sensitization? Why are they not using community radio stations in rural areas to tell people about their rights? But here we are. Are we going to be giving money to institutions because they are just institutions in the government? This is taxpayers' money. The people of Chiengi, they pay taxes through the levies that they pay to the council. They need the service to be delivered to them. Who is going to protect them? If you look at carelessness, it's here where we've been talking about Airtel. Inaccuracies of Airtel, Zambians are being duped. I have not heard a word from the public protector. Do they expect someone now to go to them, to go and tell them? What's the use of having an ombudsman in this country? I've been privileged to live in South Africa for 20 years, Mr. Chair. An ombudsman is the most feared office there. We've seen loans. Let me talk about CRB. I was trying to get a loan, for example. My name is at CRB. Who took my name there? Those are the inaccuracies we're talking about. The public protector, and there are so many people who've been blacklisted for no apparent reason. Where is the public protector? Where are their offices? I don't even hear on the radio about them. So as for me, I'm having challenges in supporting such budget lines. No, it's not even personal, but it's important that when we allocate money, and we are saying this this department, we are talking about a department that is working. No, when you look at, they said 6 policemen who were fired. Where was the public protector? Because it talks about unfairness, unfairness, unfair dismissals. But where is the public protector? So I'm really finding it difficult. The previous regimes, we've had that challenge, and I'm expecting something different from the current government. We cannot continue, and it cannot be like laissez-faire. No, we need to see the ombudsman being on its toes. If you go to Kenya, the ombudsman, that's the public protector, they work. They are head. But here, people are being dragged here and there, arrested, they are quiet. Do you have to wait for somebody to go and come and to wake you up as OPPZ? No. We have to get serious, honestly. Most of Zambians don't even know their rights. Most of Zambians, they don't even know who to talk to, apart from the member of parliament if you go to constituents. We're talking about FISIP. The government has failed to deliver. And this is the job of OPPZ. People are complaining all over the country. The rights of a farmer in Chienge has been infringed. But here we are. There's no medicine in hospitals. If you go to any hospital, they have to give you prescription. The public institution, the one which is supposed to deliver that service, is not there. And those are the things we're talking about according to the mandates that they've been given. Now I hear they are going to decentralize to 6 provinces. It would have been prudent that we know which provinces they're talking about. This is what we've been talking about even in the previous session. Can we have such offices at district level? Not even provinces, district levels. Come to Chienge. Human rights are so abused in Chienge. It's not like I'm just talking from without. Look at the prices. Somebody to travel from Lupia to Kashkishi paying 300 kwacha. That's not fair. That's not fair. If the people of Chienge, they are aware of this office, they would have phoned. They are very clever and intelligent people. They would have called to say, this is how we're living. It's not the duty of the member of parliament to tell them there's OPPZ when the OPPZ is supposed to do that. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, even here, when we ask questions, we expect a proper answer, government assurance. But we are told stories. It means that public officer has failed to deliver. So we need people to get serious with this OPPZ. With a few words that I've said, as for me and the people of Chienge, until we get the service, the OPPZ themselves, they failed to deliver. So why should we give them money? I don't support.
Order. Mr. Kalobo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to debate the 12th Office of the Public Protector, an office that has suffered publicity and decentralization. Mr. Chairman, this office is a non-judicial mechanism to control administrative actions. The Constitution of the land establishes institution of governance, prescribe their duty, give them legal powers to operate, including how they should relate with the citizens of this country. This office is established by the Constitution under Article 43(1). Also, or before I go further, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated that this office has suffered publicity and decentralization. And from the outset, I want to indicate that I support this budget. And as I debate, I will debate in the line to make sure that the people in Usakile there and Zambia at large, they know about this office, because they don't know about this office because it is not even decentralized. So even Article 243(2) also talks about a person who qualifies to be appointed in this office. That is a person who qualifies to be appointed as a judge, a person who doesn't hold any state office or constitutional office. Then Article 43(3) also, I heard I honor the Vice President in the policy statement. She indicated that their intentions to decentralize this office in 6 provinces. That is what even Article 243(3) talks about, that this office shall be decentralized to provinces and progressively to districts. But I'm a bit concerned the intention from the policy statement. When I look in the yellow book here, there is no allocation for decentralization. This office, Mr. Chairman, is the only office that can investigate even the sitting president. This office is not subject
to direction by any officer or any institution. It's a very powerful office, this one. But it has limitations like, one, it cannot investigate a matter that is before court or before a court martial or any judicial quasi body. It can also not investigate a matter that is criminal in nature, any matter arising from the exercise of the prerogative of bench, any matter that relates to the dealing of government and another foreign government or international organization. Those are the limitations of this office, including an officer from the parliamentary service and the judicial service, meaning that this office observes the separation of powers. I've seen in the Yellow Book, as the New Dawn government, they have intentions to undertake 10 community awareness program, education programs, and 15 sensitization programs. It is not enough because the major setback for this office is publicity. So we needed more money so that you can do more awareness programs, you can carry out more community sensitization programs. As well, I've also seen in the Yellow Book, you have intentions to investigate 100% reported cases and 40% cases that are self-initiated by this office. I would propose that even the self-initiated cases, you should have aimed at investigating them at 100%, not 40%. So we need more resources so that this can be undertaken. Mr. Chairperson, this office, according to Article 244, Article 244 provides this function. 2442 also provides that the matters that shall be investigated by this office are those actions or decisions taken or omitted to be taken by any public institution. We are saying that this office investigates maladministration arising from unfairness, unreasonableness, illegality, and those that are not compliant with the rules of natural justice. Example of such cases, this time there is a talk all over about the military audit that is ongoing. If it is found that procedures or the officers responsible didn't operate according to the law, issues of illegality will arise, issues of procedural impropriety will arise, issues of malafides will arise. So this office needs to be funded properly, including those constitutional office holders who are responsible to preside over others who are not presiding properly. Issues of procedural impropriety may arise from this. Mr. Chairman, we need to put more funding to this office so that it can work according to the design. This office is underfunded. We need to have all these offices in the districts, including all the provinces. Maladministration can be easily be detected if this office is decentralized, because this office, if it exists in all the districts and provinces, there will be smaller units where these responsible offices will be looking at. So it will be easy for them to detect maladministration. Mr. Chairman, as I conclude, I want to state again that I support this vote and urge the government to put more funding so that this office can function properly. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Mtike.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. May I just state up front that the people of Mungu Central support this head. This is a very important institution which has been created by the Constitution, and its job is to protect and advance democracy. Let me just state up front that in the previous regimes, this office has not performed to its optimal level. It has not even established itself as a public lawyer. You know, this is an institution which is supposed to be the public lawyer of the people, to protect and advance the people's interest. But it's nowhere to be seen when people are crying for service delivery. It's nowhere to be seen when the majority of our people are queuing in lines for services that the government should be able to give to them. When people are crying for NRCs just before 2021 elections, this office voice was nowhere to be seen. When the municipalities are failing to collect garbage in this office is nowhere to be seen. It's their job to speak about these issues on behalf of the people. When you go to Mungu Central, our drains are full of garbage. But I've never heard the office of the public protector say anything about that. These are the matters that they should concern themselves with, matters that concern the public. Let me just read here to state what of the functions of the public protector. The public protector's job is to investigate claims of abuse of power, unfair or rude treatment, unnecessary delays in terms of service delivery to the public. The public protector must investigate non-adherence to rules, dishonest or improper handling of money by those in the public service. The public protector must investigate even personal gains through bribes or corruption. They shouldn't just leave these functions to the Anti-Corruption Commission. They have that mandate. And we hope by this budget, the public protector will now, in the new Dawn government, reestablish this office to be effective and to start advancing the interests of the people. That's what we want to see. And we want to see this office being well-resourced so that they can do this function on behalf of the Zambian people. Somebody in Lumba Ward, somebody in Kama Ward must be protected, must hear the voice of the public protector because they don't have access to a good road. They don't have access to electricity. That's what the public protector must do. Even in towns, even in our councils are now, including the mayors, concentrating more on CDF issues when they are not concentrating on issues that they need to be doing. The public protector must voice this and ensure that the people employed in the councils do the work of collecting litter, collecting garbage, and providing water, providing electricity to the people. That's what we want to see our public protector do. So, Mr. Chairman, I think I want to adopt the words of the previous speaker, Honorable Katuta, who has compared what the public protector does in South Africa. We must emulate that and raise the profile of this office so that it can start doing and working for the people. It's an office of the people, by the people, for the people of Zambia. So that's what we want to see. With those few words, Mr. Chairman, I beg to move by supporting this head. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise on a point of order. I rise from Standing Order number 65 on a member who has just been debating. is in order to mislead this House and himself by duplicating the functions of the public protector. Because this constitution, in Article 2441, 242, A and B, clearly spells out the functions of a public protector. Is talking about the public protector investigating personal gains, which is not provided for in this constitution, and he has gone further again to politicize this office, which is non-political. And this office, if you may wish to know, is one of the milestones of the 2016 constitution. The predecessor office was the Investigator General, who had no powers that are given to this public protector. Is in order. I seek your serious ruling, Mr. Speaker. Or Mr. Chairman.
The honorable member was debating, and as we debate, let's ensure that whatever we talk about, we are knowledgeable and we can substantiate. So the honorable member was not in order. Mr. Mlunda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a few comments on this very important office in the land. Mr. Chairman, the Public Protector Office is the one office that is supposed to protect the liberties, the rights, and other things that are associated with freedom of every citizen. Mr. Chairman, it's unfortunate that this office is not decentralized, and we can't see its face in provinces, in districts. And this is one office that has been, for lack of a better word, that have been operating without teeth. It has not been able to bite. It has not been able to rise to the occasion. Talking about the previous regime, the abuse, the brutality that we experienced during the PF reign, you would wonder whether we had this office existing in Zambia, because nobody was able to run to it and be able to be protected. They feared like no man's business. They could not cough. And even if you went there, they lived in Zambia, and they are in Zambia, and they saw the brutality of the police at that time, the abuse of officers, and nobody spoke about the rights and the liberties of the citizens of this country. It's our hope, Mr. Chairman, that with the allocation of the monies that we are appropriating today, that this office will rise to the occasion and be able to address the ills that the Zambians are subjected to every day. I know it was difficult to operate as a professional under the previous regime. Somebody said they were championing the enactment of 2016 Constitution. The Constitution, the 2016 Constitution, of course we know that there are a lot of lacunas that have brought us into serious problems. And I'm surprised that they participated actually in coming up with that Constitution. Mr. Chairman, my desire and the desire of the citizens of this country is that we must see the face of this very important office across this country. We must be able to run to it and be protected. We must be able to find refuge. We must be able to say we have an office that is going to look after us and look at the interest of the Zambians. The people that have been working in those offices, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairperson, the people that have been in those offices, if it's the issue of incompetence that has led them not to do what they are doing, then the government should move in and clean the system. But if the issue of fearing the regime, the brutal regime that we had that could threaten every office, we expect them to change and be able to perform. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Chinkuli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for the opportunity you've given the people of Kanyama to add a voice to this debate. From onset, people of Kanyama support this head. Much has been spoken about the conduct of this institution, what it has and what it has not. But allow me to air few concerns that I feel have not been addressed. As you may be aware, the mandate for this institution is to provide, promote, and safeguard the interests and rights of the individuals in the quest of receiving a public service that should be just and fair. Madam Chair, what is happening in a number of these institutions is something unbelievable. And it's like we don't have such an institution in the country. There are issues of corruption in a number of these institutions where this institution is supposed to safeguard. There are a number of mischiefs that are taking place in these institutions, but it's like there's a vacuum. This institution is not even in existence. But allow me to make mention on the guiding principles that this institution is supposed to operate on. The institution needs to be independent. Independent from political influence, independent from any other influence that may jeopardize its operations. Integrity, accessibility. Mr. Chair, this institution, for it to operate, it needs to be visible. It needs to be there in each and every district. As it is now, I think it's just in a few places where I would say there's discrimination in the sense that in other provinces, other districts, this institution is non-existent. It needs to operate impartially. It should ensure that whatever comes, emotions should not be aired. It just needs to work as it's supposed to work. Professionalism, we are told a class of individuals that are supposed to be in this institution, and those are lawyers. And the Act provides as to the qualifications that needs to be looked into before one is given this job. Mr. Chair, the people of Zambia, they have got a right to know what the government is doing. And because of that, the government is under obligation to review such information. I'm talking about transparency. Mr. Chair, there must be a wide awareness of the existence of this institution. People are supposed to be aware when, where to report in the event there are malpractices that are happening in one or two institutions. Mr. Chair, if you happen to go into these, government institutions, what is happening is censoricide. People that we have given, or the Zambian people have given the mandate to look at their pride. Take, for instance, the medical fraternity. You are there wanting to be attended to, someone is on selfie. You are there, you need information, someone is busy on WhatsApp. Really? This is the kind of works that we need this institution to conduct. There are monies that have been funded to this institution, where investigators will have to go around and investigate, establish whether these institutions are operating in an ethical or in the guided, procedures, policies that are with that particular institution. But there's nothing of such which is happening, which is very, very sad actually. And to release funds like that to an institution that is not performing, I think it is just misappropriation of funds which could have gone for other developmental issues in the country. With these few remarks, I wish to emphasize on a point that this institution needs to be in each and every district so that people will be able to access it and advance their grievances so that the country can be led in a professional manner. Mr. Chair, I submit.
Mr. Kampianga.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson, for this opportunity to add the people of Mpika's voice on this very important head. This office, Mr. Speaker, is created by our Constitution under Article 243. And by any design, this office should be the one helping our people. Mr. Speaker, I'll give an example of how this office has been very absent in matters affecting our people. Last week, 7 of our children from Mpika went to sit for an exam in a neighboring district. They had some altercation with the teachers, and the teachers decided to mobilize, apprehended the children, beat them, and handed them over to the police. This office has not taken interest in this matter. There are also other cases that I can cite of my people in Mpika where animals graze their fields, they are killed by the very animals, and this office cannot protect our people. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairperson, the biggest challenge of this office has been the fact that it's just here in Lusaka. And even the people in Lusaka do not even know anything about this office. Even the officers at this office should actually tell the Zambian people what they have been doing ever since this office was established. It goes to say, Mr. Chairperson, that this office needs to be decentralized, just like this government is about to decentralize the Attorney General's chambers. Even this office, this very important office, must be decentralized at least to the provincial headquarters. And also the district offices, they should establish district offices for our people who are in Nabwaria Chombo, for our people who are in Mukungule, for our people who are in Katibunga, to access these offices. I have a case of about 2 civil servants who have been in government for years and have not been confirmed because they hold different qualifications of the job that they are doing right now. They have appealed to this office for help, and up to now, 2 years, they have not been helped. They can't make follow-ups because it has proved to be costly for them to be moving from Chinsari to Lusaka every need, as in regard to them interfacing with this office. So, Mr. Speaker, I have difficulties to support the allocation, the budget allocation, but I hope with this budget allocation, this office will up its operations and ensure that it's accessible by the Zambian people in terms of publicity and location. They need to be accessed by our people. Our people need the services of these people. Just as a question, where has it been when the people of Zambia need it the most? Where has it been when opposition leaders are being brutally arrested? Where has it been when our hospitals do not have medicines? Where has it been when farmers are receiving fertilizer in gallons and tins. Mr. Speaker, this office should take advantage and defend our people against this. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to once again appeal to the conscience of those holding this office to work and ensure that they protect our people. It's a very important office that can investigate anyone. It's a very important office that can take interest in any matter. But up to today, most of our people know nothing about the public protector's office. We have public officers who are mistreating our people, public officers who cannot provide necessary services to our people in a manner that they are required to do. But this office takes no interest in such matters. And our people cannot manage to come from all the way from Chiengi to come and report such matters here in Lusaka. Even if it was in Mansa, our people still would not manage to come from Samfia or Chiengi to report that matter. Even if it was in Chinsari, our people from Pika, Nabwaria, Nachikufu would not manage to come all the way to Chinsari to go and report this issue. So this calls for this office to be decentralized up to a district level so that our people are able to access the services of the public protector. Mr. Chairperson, I submit.
Thank you. There's a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for allowing the people of Mwandi to raise on this very, very important point of order. Mr. Speaker, I was attentively listening to the member who was just from debating as he deliberately misled the nation to say that people are receiving fertilizer in tins and gallons. I would want him to substantiate what is just from telling the nation, because us in Mwandi, there's no one who has received fertilizer in a tin and gallons. Let him, Honorable Member for Chiengi, can you allow me as a woman to raise on this point of order? You are a woman, can you allow me just to finish what I want to say? Can he substantiate? That is standing order number 65. Mr. Chairperson, I submit.
Order. The honorable member for Mpika Central is not in order. You are not in order. The honorable minister has been here on the floor of the house, even in your constituency where you are. You know what a park is. I also have a constituency. So it's not in order to mislead the nation and to mislead himself and the constituency. Let's ensure that we are factual. We don't politic on national matters just to gain political mileage. It's not good. Mr. Mkosa, you'll be the last person to speak, and our owner will wind up debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for giving me this opportunity to add a few comments on this debate that is on the floor of this House. Mr. Chairperson, as I begin to debate, I first want to read the mandate of this very important institution. The mandate of this institution, Mr. Chairperson, is to curb and redress grievances of maladministration in public institutions, to enhance effective and efficient service delivery to the general public. This is in accordance with the Article 224 of the Constitution of Zambia, Amendment Act number 2 of 2016. Mr. Chairman, having read the mandate and having indicated that this institution, the Office of the Public Protector, is a creature of the Constitution, I would like to put it on record that I support this budget because this is a very important office that is supposed to help all of us to curb maladministration and administration injustices. Mr. Chairperson, I also take note that the Vice President, in her policy statement, she indicated that this budget for 2023 is going to take care of the decentralization to 6 provinces. That is how it's supposed to be, because we know that a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. When they do the 6 provinces, we know that eventually they will go to all the provinces, because what is it that we want to achieve? What we want is a situation where if there is maladministration in the administration of farming inputs, in the distribution of farming inputs in Chinsali, we want the people of Chinsali to go and report that maladministration to a representative of the Office of the Public Protector in Chinsali. If there is maladministration in the way drugs at the hospitals are managed, we want the people of Chinsali to go and report to that office. Whether it's Mafinga, Isoka, we want all the offices to have, we want all the districts to have representation of the Office of the Public Protector. Mr. Chairman, I have heard most of the members, they have condemned how the Office of the Public Protector operates or has operated. What I would like to say is that before we condemn this office, let us look at what it is that impedes their operation. That way, then we can condemn. For this office to operate effectively, it needs to have independence. Not just, this office should not just be independent, but it should also be seen to be independent. That way, you are going to see that some of these problems that we are talking about will not be there. We should not just compare this office to the office that is in South Africa or any other country, yet we are not comparing the independence of the 2 offices here and in South Africa. The question is the way the Office of the Public Protector here in Zambia independent? Is it the same way the one in South Africa is independent? You'll find that the answer is no. What is it that has delayed decentralization? You find that maybe issues surrounding the independence, it does not make proper decisions because sometimes they may fear the political intervention that may come to this office, Mr. Chairman. This office cuts across all public institutions, Mr. Chairman. So what we want is for this budget, Madam Vice President, for 2023, to take care of the administration independence that this office needs to get. Because what we want this office to check everywhere. It should be able to check the judiciary. Even here, National Assembly, we are also a public institution. I would just want to use it an example. There are times maybe when you can be told that in an event that you don't get an answer for this from here, seek recourse elsewhere. We want the members of parliament to go to that office. Come and help us here. Even when you are debating, you are cut or you are not treated properly. We want this office to come and help us. When you feel like you are treated like a child, you are disrespected, we want this office to come and help us. This is a very important office. Madam Vice President, I commend you for having increased the funding and to channel that funding, some of it towards decentralization so that the office is everywhere. Because as it is in its current form, Madam Vice President, this office, the establishment for this office is about 109 members of staff. Now, as we speak right now, there are about 18 positions that need Treasury Authority. Madam Vice President, please liaise with the Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance, we want to ensure that this office works effectively. Don't hesitate, please. We want you to immediately issue Treasury Authority so that those 18 members of staff can be employed. We want those positions to be funded. Because even if we decentralize, then we do not have adequate members of staff. It will just be decentralization in name. But there will be no workers to work. We have about 69 members of staff. Then we are going to decentralize to about 6 provinces. These members of staff, already they are at the Office of the Public Protector. Are we going to send these same members of staff to go to the provinces? Then if we send those, there will be few members of staff at the Office of the Public Protector. When we go there, and maybe they do not address some of the issues, then we rush, no, this office is not doing anything. They should be brave, they should do what? Have we capacitated them? Let us protect this office so that even here in this house, when we are threatened that you will not be paid an allowance when you walk out, this office should be able to help us. They are saying question, yet Madam Vice President is supporting what I'm saying. Madam, I thank you. Thank you so much, Chair.
Her Honor, the Vice President, wind up debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me thank the honorable members that have debated this head 12 on the public protector. Mr. Chairman, the passion with which the members have debated shows that this is a very important office. Indeed, in the statement, the policy statement that I made, I think the mandates came out very, very well. And let me start by thanking the honorable member for Usakeli, because I think he did a lot of justice as to what this office is all about. It is an office, for those that are lawyers, that deal with administrative law of public institutions. It is the decisions of a public officer in administering or providing service to the people. It is not about criminality so much. And it is difficult even for this office for some things that you are talking about. The issues of now animal-human conflict, yes, you can turn it around and say, what was the game ranger doing when the animals came to invade the field? I don't know. There are too many cases that have been brought in here. But we see the importance of this. I will try, Mr. Chairperson, that I said the mandate is to investigate an action or a decision taken, or indeed omitted, to be taken by a state institution or an officer in the state institution in the performance of an administrative function. It's very important that we do understand this so that we don't go all over. That's why the honorable member raised the point of order, that we are putting other mandates. And it's also important to observe, colleagues, that just because you are in another country where there is the same title, you think the function is the same. It's important for us to go back and read. Indeed, previously we have had this office under a different name, the Ombudsman, under a different title. But the functions, even the reporting system, is not the same as the countries you have spoken about. So we have to understand our own offices. If there are lacunas, it's important that this House identifies those lacunas so that we can make it good and extend the mandate of what you want this office to do. But I do understand one thing that I hear clearly that comes out from everybody. Don't bring criminal cases. We have so many. Some are human rights cases you're talking about. Some are not administrative, proper human rights violation. Those should be looked at from the human rights. And I'm going to present the Human Rights Commission, after this. Let us identify which issues are you talking about. Instead of confusing everybody that they should be running to the ombudsman when they are beaten, they should be running to the, I think those are not cases for the ombudsman. It's administration. What decisions are you making in facilitating a service to the public or to the people of our country? But the point I hear everybody is concerned about is the visibility. I think it comes out almost from everywhere that people know very little about this office, which I think we hear and we must take seriously. But also to observe that in the statement, in the policy statement that I have made, it comes out very clearly that there is decentralization. And members have observed, some members who chose to listen have observed that we are going to decentralize to 6 provinces. And I've been told that these 6 provinces, actually, because somebody said which provinces, it would be good if we knew. From what I get, this will be in Luapula, it will go down, it will go to northern, it will go to Copper Belt, western, southern, eastern. And the member for Usakile, in his debate, used one word I listened to, progressively. Colleagues, we are decentralizing. This is the policy of this government. That means all these functions of government, whether it's in health, in education, decisions are going to be decentralized. But we can't say right now, one at a go, when in fact this office has been in existence for a long time. We have been stuck, but we are now working to operationalize the decentralization policy. Indeed, I agree, visibility is a concern, and even the functions, we must continue to sing about it, because even after I read through the mandate, you could see what goes on. So we must repeat, we agree with you, the institution must continue and continue to do the awareness, which the member said 10 is not enough. But we also look at the resources that are available. We will continue with awareness and sensitization meetings down so that people know where to go. When an officer, a public officer, does not make the right decision, they would know where to go. So I do agree with you that there is need for more visibility. And for more visibility, you don't come and say, I will not support. Some have made up their minds, honorable members. I hear my young, my niece has decided there is no support. No, that's not the way to go. We need to support this institution, like the honorable member has debated, capacitate it, strengthen it, give it more resources. Because what else would they do if they don't have resources to establish an office in Chienge? And don't confuse criminal matters with those that go to the ombudsman. Beating is not an administrative issue. When people are beaten, that's not administrative. Go to the right institution. If it is the police misbehaving, they also can be taken to the right. That's not a decision for action. That is a pure failure or criminality. So let me say, Mr. Chairman, that we do understand. And somebody even said protector is the one who protects all the freedoms. Please, it's not all the freedoms that are under the ombudsman, administrative in decision, how do you handle this? So let us, I appreciate those that have said we will still continue. Colleagues, we will continue to decentralize, we will continue to work, but The honorable member now was debating the issues of this house. I don't know how much we can go to the house that the other person didn't debated. There are protections. There are certain institutions which also have their own protection. The work of this house will not ordinarily come under question. We have our own protection. The honorable members have their own protection in the work of this house. That is true. There is protection in this house. That's why we punish you here. We don't take you to jail, even for doing wrong things. So, indeed, I know we are politicians, we can go all the way. But truly, we need to have the numbers. If the establishment needs to grow, if we have to decentralize, and we do agree, Honorable Mukosa, Honorable Member for Chinsali, that we need support. This institution needs support for it to be stronger, for it to be able to decentralize and do the work well. The recruitment under this government continues, but we see that we are still growing a little. What else do I need to say? I think it is decentralization that I saw, definitions of who the ombudsman is. Yes, the ombudsman, Honorable Member for Kanyama, talked of the work of this office with impartiality. Because truly, for them, they have to work to ensure that they investigate in the right manner, for them to ensure the right things are being done by the officers. That includes transparency. That's what they look at. Accountability, that's what they look at. So when you call for them to do the same, professionalism, they should do the same, and we do agree that we'll be looking at that. But I still appeal that colleagues, failure to support is not a solution. This is a constitutional office. It needs our support unless we strike it off the Constitution. Otherwise, we have a duty to support this, your institution, a creation of the people of Zambia. They need it. Just like many other institutions, they need to be strengthened. So I call upon you, Honorable Member for Chienge, to support this vote. Thank you.
Head 12, Office of the Public Protector, head total 29,860,739. Any debate, any objection? Mr. Kampyongo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson. Your Honor, the Vice President, in your policy statement, you pointed to the very critical issue of decentralization, which we appreciate. However, if I take you to page 141, under the table there, the only program that shows a bit of what you are speaking about, decentralization, or maybe to make it easier for you, I take you to page 139, where there's a summary of the budget. The only budget line that seems to be speaking to the decentralization program is program 21, emoluments, which has seen an increment from last year's approved expenditure of 5,537,105 kwacha to 12,090,294 kwacha. At least it shows that there will be some staff recruitment that might be helpful to the decentralization policy. I haven't seen any other line that speaks to the deployment of these officers in those areas where you are going to start with. I stand to be corrected. If you said 6 provinces, which budget line, Madam, Your Honor, the Vice President, will be speaking to the deployment of these officers in those areas where you are going to send them as a way of decentralizing the operations of the public protector. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, that is the summary under the economic classification of what the Office of the Public Protector is going to do. But I think, Honorable, you have seen that there is an increase everywhere under this, under economic classification. But you also look at the sub-programs. There is an increase not only on the personal emoluments, but there is an increase also on goods and services. I think you can see that from 9 to 13. And when you talk of our public service, you will see that that could capture quite a number of people, the increase that has been put there on even not a number of people, sorry, on the goods and services. It depends on what goods and services they need. For starters, remember, it is only 6 offices, not the entire provinces. 6 and 1 office in the 6. So this is under that they could get. Of course, we could do with more. They could do with more if there was, but there is an increase on the goods and services and also a slight increase on the assets too. So there is that plan. It may not be a luxury, but it's a necessity, and they'll work within this means. Thank you.
Ms. Katuta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, on page 141, table 3, program 402, maladministration awareness. For 2022, the budget was 1,024,594, 1,024,594. This year's budget for 2023, 1.292970. When you go down there, that's for our awareness. Program number 9006, Planning, Policy, Coordination, and Information Management. It also has 1.3 for 2023. Now, I would like to find out, Your Honor, creating awareness and also information management, unless it's ICT, but I would like to find out, is it not the same? And why is it having different figures, the awareness and information management, unless it's for ICT? I thank you, Chair.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Maybe I didn't really get what the member is saying, because she's looking at different programs and she's wondering why the figures are different. I don't know whether you think they are the same. What is it? Can I understand? Because if they are different, you have referred to the table number 3, isn't it? On page 141, which is maladministration awareness. This is the sub-program 4002, where it is 1,024,594 kwacha for 2022, and then 1,292,970 for 2023, a difference of 268,376, which is a variance that is there for sensitization campaigns to state institutions and the public, which will cut also for programs on both radio and television, which issues people talked about here. And then you are saying, what is it on planning? Is it on planning, policy coordination? But that's a different program. So surely it should have a different figure. The figure here was 1,134,000, isn't it? 221 kwacha. But this year it has been increased by 15% to 1,301,133. So surely these are two distinct programs and they can never be the same figure. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Head 12, Office of the Public Protector, head total 29,860,739. Any debate, any objection? I put the question. The question is that head 12, Office of the Public Protector, head total 29,860,739 stands part of the estimate. As many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 12, Office of the Public Protector, head total 29,860,739 is ordered to stand as part of the estimates. Let's progress. Head 34, Human Rights Commission. Her Honor the Vice President, policy statement.
Chairperson, I wish to thank you most sincerely for according me this opportunity to present the policy statement of the 2023 estimates of recurrent expenditure for head 34, /01, Human Rights Commission. Mandate of the Commission. The Human Rights Commission, the Commission, is a national human rights institution with a broad constitutional mandate to ensure that the Bill of Rights is upheld and protected as envisaged under Article 230 of the Constitution of Zambia. Pursuant to Section 9D of the Human Rights Commission Act, Cap 48 of the laws of Zambia, the mandate of the Commission is to, 1, investigate and report on the observance of rights and freedoms. 2, take necessary steps to secure appropriate redress where rights and freedoms are violated. 3, endeavor to resolve a dispute through negotiation, mediation, or conciliation. 4, carry out research on rights and freedoms and related matters. And 5, visit prisons and places of detention or related facilities with a view of assessing and inspecting conditions of the persons held in such places. Mission and goal statement. Chairperson, the mission and goal statements of the Human Rights Commission are: mission statement. The Human Rights Commission, as a national human rights institution, seeks to contribute to the promotion of full enjoyment and protection of human rights for all the people in Zambia through advocacy and promotion of human rights, investigation and appropriate redress of human rights violations, and monitoring of compliance with human rights standards. Goal statement. An effective, respected, responsive, and independent guardian of human rights for all time. Overview of 2022 budget performance. Chairperson, in 2022, the Human Rights Commission was allocated 21,199,507 kwacha. The following are the achievements of the Commission. A, promotion and protection of human rights. 1, the Commission has received a total of 1,384 cases in 2022. 2, the Commission also, A, undertook inspections of places of detention across all the 10 provinces pursuant to Section 9D of the Human Rights Commission Act. B, conducted a total of 20 community sensitization meetings in all the 10 provinces of Zambia. C, conducted at least 30 discussion programs on the Zambia National Broadcasting Corporation radio and television, community, private, and religious television and radio stations across the country. D, conducted at least 50 sessions on human rights education in selected detention and correctional facilities across the country. E, participated in commemoration days such as the International Women's Day, Africa Public Service Day, and organized the 20th edition of the commemoration of the World Day Against the Death Penalty, which falls on 10th October each year. The Commission will scale up human rights. That's number 3. The Commission will scale up human rights awareness activities during the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, which begins on 25th November 2022 and commemorate Human Rights Day, which falls on 10th December each year. The Commission submitted the alternative report on the Universal Periodic Review, UPR, for the 4th cycle of the upcoming review of Zambia in 2023. 5, the Commission assisted in building capacity on business and human rights in readiness for development of National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights for Zambia. B, management and support services. The Commission, A, facilitated the comprehensive orientation of the newly appointed commissioners. B, facilitated further orientation of the commissioners and new staff through familiarization meetings with key stakeholders in the criminal justice system and in line ministries in 5 provincial capitals. C, held a statutory meeting of the Commission, and D, recruited 14 staff to support staffing levels at the head office and the 3 provinces earmarked for decentralization. 2, the Commission undertook short-term capacity building programs for staff to improve knowledge base and performance. 3, the Commission procured utility vehicles to improve the availability of transport required for the Commission to discharge its mandate. 4, the Commission conducted 7 audits at the Mansa, Solwezi, Chinsali, Kabwe, Mongu, Ndola, and head office. 5, the Commission also held 3 audit committee meetings and 1 ad hoc audit committee meeting pursuant to the Public Finance Management Act. 2023 budget estimates. Chairperson, the functions and mandate of the Human Rights Commission is executed through 2 key programs, namely 1, promotion and protection of human rights, which comprises 3 distinct sub-programs of providing investigations and legal services, information, education, training, research, and planning. The program summary estimate is at 19,449,464 kwacha. The following are the sub-programs. A, human rights education and awareness. B, human rights advocacy. And C, human rights violations investigations. 2, management and support services, which ensures that quality services are provided to the executive office bearers, that there is effective human resource management and the provision of efficient logistical and material support services to the Commission. The program summary estimate is at 13,304,563 kwacha. The following are the sub-programs. A, executive office management. B, human resource and administration. C, financial management, accounting audit. D, financial management, internal audit. In summary, the Human Rights Commission operational budget estimates for 2023 amount to 32,754,027 kwacha. Chairperson, The budget estimates for the Human Rights Commission before this August House will ensure that people in Zambia are assured of their rights being respected and upheld, as this funding will go a long way in sustaining the operations of the Commission. In this regard, I appeal to the honorable members to support the estimates of expenditure for the Human Rights Commission as presented, particularly the honorable member for Chienge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mapani. If he's not available, Mr. Mitero.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman, and Your Honor, the Vice President. Thank you so very much. To start with, human rights are human rights. But, Mr. Chairman, where one's rights end, the other person's rights begin. In other words, as much as we have human rights, you have to know that other people also do have the same. All we need is to exist and exist in harmony by each one of us observing the same human rights. Like it has been stated that the Commission is mandated to investigate. As much as it's human rights, I have a right to own a gun, to carry a gun, but not anywhere and everywhere. No. Mr. Chairman, no. Then you violate other people's rights. It's very important that all of us must observe human rights. Bullet number 3, National Development Plan Framework. Down there, it says decentralized public service system, like she has said. But some of the human rights are like rights to education. Some of the basic human rights, rights to education. Where I should think the New Dawn government, New Dawn government is doing good. That each one of us here, every constituency, district has received a good number of teachers. We've seen the Minister of Education flagging off the distribution of desks. We've seen, Chair, monies that has never been given before to every school receiving some grants. That is human rights. Yes, methodically, when you never had anything and you start having something, I should think that's the way to go. Human rights. But in the same phase, they have planned for utility vehicles. And of course, they'll be going to Western Province and later on to Lukulu and Mitete, as they will be going to go and investigate some of these matters. As they will be going to Lukulu, they will be passing through a road, Mr. Chairman. They will be passing through a road. And we don't want these vehicles to incur a lot of tear and wear. I should think as human rights and the people of Lukulu, the people of Mitete, the people of Mumbeji. Mr. Chairman, this road is very cardinal. So that we lessen the tear and wear. As the commission will be going to do the investigations. Because it's human rights, Mr. Chairman. The past regime neglected that human right aspect. Through you, Mr. Chairman, for 10 years here on the same road. The good thing is that her own has said when money will be available, and we see this money being available. As the human rights will be doing some of the investigations and of course recoup some of the money, then the money, the owner, the vice president, to be used on Lukulu, Katunda, Watopa Road. That's why I'm supporting this vote, so that the commission shall be effective, very effective. We need to be protected as we are being protected now in terms of education.
Order. As the time now is 12:55, I interrupt the proceedings and committee work stands adjourned. The Committee of Supply will report progress and ask leave to sit again. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Supply on the estimates of expenditure for the 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023 has gone through heads 12, 29 and has made progress and asked leave to sit again.
Day of resumption of debate. Oh, it's day of resumption of committee work.
Tuesday, Madam Speaker.
Committee work to resume next Tuesday. The House is now adjourned.
There you are, business of the day for today has just been concluded with the Mitete Member of Parliament adding his voice to the motion that to the head that was being debated, that was head 34, which is the Human Rights Commission. So before we conclude our broadcast for today, we have a look at what has been discussed on the floor of the House today.
And so when business resumed at 09 hours, there was an invocation of business for next week. And so on Tuesday, 22nd November 2022, business will begin with questions. Thereafter, there will be presentation of government bills, if there will be any. The House will then resolve into Committee of Supply to consider the following heads: Head 87, Anti-Corruption Commission, and Head 78, Zambia Security Intelligence Service, Office of the President.
And on Wednesday, the House will consider questions for oral answer, and that will be followed by a private member's motion, if there will be any. But actually, there is an indication that there will be a private member's motion that will be moved by Chifali Member of Parliament, Mr. Kalalwe Mukosa. So after the private member's motion, there will be the House will resolve into committee to consider the following heads, which is Head 45, Community Development and Social Services, Head 46, Ministry of Health, and Head 51, Transport and Logistics.
On Thursday, 24th November 2022, the business of the House will start with questions. Thereafter, there will be presentation of government bills, if there will be any. The House will then resolve into Committee of Supply to consider the following heads: Head 52, Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation, and Head 53, Ministry of Green Economy and Environment.
And on Friday, 25th November 2022, the House will begin with Her Honor the Vice President's question time, and this will be followed by questions and presentation of government bills, if there will be any. And when the House resolves into Committee of Supply, the following heads are going to be considered: Head 54, the Ministry of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, and Head 62, which is Ministry of Energy. And then the House will also consider Head 66, Ministry of Technology and Science. So that is business that is expected to be discussed in the course of next week, starting Tuesday to Friday next week. We move from that, we look at another item that was discussed on the floor of the House. This was Her Honor the Vice President's question time. And this is 45 minutes that is accorded to members of Parliament to pose Her Honor the Vice President various questions without notice. Questions that, of course, concern us and various constituencies in Zambia. We had quite a number of members of Parliament that added their voice to this, to Her Honor the Vice President's question time. That included Honorable Munduvile. We also had the Kabwe Central Member of Parliament, Chrysosta Halwindi. We had Nalolo Member of Parliament, Wamunyima Imanga as well, who wanted to find out when the Director of Public Prosecutions will be ratified by Parliament. We also had a question from Kaika Member of Parliament and also Shangombo Member of Parliament, who also wanted to know, or wanted actually to see clarification through government on what basis the recruitment of the correctional services was done, since his constituency is allegedly to have been left out. We also had the questions from Ruan Member of Parliament, Mr. Chibuye, and also Lugansechi Member of Parliament, Mr. Chewe. We also had some questions coming from Kamfisa Member of Parliament and also Petauke Member of Parliament, Emmanuel Banda, and also Kantanshi Member of Parliament, amongst the many members of Parliament that posed questions to Her Honor the Vice President.
Thereafter, the House considered the one question for oral answer under Standing Order 74. And so this question came from Lunte Member of Parliament, Mr. Kafwaya, who posed the question to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development: how much money the government spent on the meeting of the Republican President with mayors, council chairpersons, and other local government leaders held at Kenneth Kaunda International Conference Center in August 2022, and in B, what the benefits of the meeting were.
And in response, the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development indicated to the House that the government had spent a total amount of 562,209 kwacha for conference facilities on the meeting the Republican president held with mayors, the council chairpersons, and other local government leaders at the Kenneth Kaunda Wing or at Mulungushi International Conference Center on 16th August 2022.
And so in responding to question B, the minister did say that the benefits of the meeting were that the president of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, shared his vision for the country with regards to local authorities to ensure that council objectives were completely in line with the government's expectations. Another benefit is that the local authorities were also given an opportunity to make inquiries and provide proposals for solutions to the challenges that are faced with the operations in the local authorities. Another benefit is that the local authorities resolved on a plan of action for effective delivery of services as well as health, education, and sanitation. The meeting also made a resolution to hold annual engagements to address the salient issues with regard to local authority performance for service delivery. And the fifth benefit is that the meeting opened a new relationship between government and local authorities in which the two were expected to play complementary roles.
And after the question for oral answer, the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwane, presented a bill, and this was the Pension Scheme Regulation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2022. And the object of the bill is to amend the Pension Scheme Regulation Act, and this bill has since been referred to the delegated legislation, and it will come back to Parliament for a report on Wednesday, 7th December 2022.
Thereafter, the House resolved into Committee of Supply to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. And so heads that came up for consideration I had 29, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. And so this head has been agreed to stand part of the estimates, and the approved budget allocation for this head is 6,449,760,989 kwacha.
And the next head that has been considered on the floor of the House today is head 12, which is Office of the Public Protector. And the total amount approved for this particular head is 29,860,439 kwacha. And the time business was called to an end for today. The House was considering head 34, which is Human Rights Commission, and Member of Parliament for Mitete, Mr. Mishek Mitelo, was just adding his voice to this head that was being considered. So that is business that has been considered on the floor of the House today. We hope that you had time to listen to all that has been discussed. So from all of us at the Parliament Studios, we wish you a lovely weekend.